Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Wednesday, August the 17th, sorry. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me and you can see my screen. That'll help. Yes, Mike, thank you. And one moment, please. I forgot to do one thing. Just give me a moment. Okay, a little housekeeping that had to be taken care of. Okay, so Jason, just trying to answer your question. I don't know what you mean. You can't seem to move the windows around. Not sure I know what you mean. Are you talking about, have you created containers or have you free-floating windows? Not quite sure I know what you mean. And also, somebody asked in the trade ideas questions right at the beginning. PG, first of all, welcome. If you created a symbol list, you have to then attach it to a top list window, okay? Then you can monitor it. If you don't know how to do that, because then you can monitor whatever is in your watch list, in your symbol list. You can go to the guide. I'll give you the link to the guide and just go to the symbol link or the symbol or watch list section. Just give me a moment here as I get my homepage link for you. Okay, so if you click on it and then go to the education section and then click on the guide. So right here, watch list, okay? It goes, you've obviously created one. Now the next step is to attach it to a top list window that you've created, and it goes into that, all right? Because that's how you monitor your watch list. If you still have problems, I will help you later. Just got to get a few things going right now. So first of all, welcome to the room. Yeah, my name is Barry Anderson, moderator of the room, and we have some stocks to take a look at in the pre-market. Now, the memers are certainly alive and kicking again. I actually took a trade in Bed Bath & Beyond this morning. Out of it now, got in just over 28. It popped all the way up to 30. Wish I could say I got in at 28, out at 30, not quite. But, you know, the middle 2/3, not bad. But again, 100, like that short float percent, and look at Fubo. Looks like Fubo is active also. These are all the active ones from yesterday with the big short float percents. Revlon, I noticed. I was almost going to take Revlon. Are you still holding 9? Yeah, I'm not. So yesterday Revlon got up to what, 11? So key thing is to get back over 9 again. And again, with that short float percent and that low float, definitely a meme stock in play today. Well, you cannot move free floating windows around easily. That's the whole, okay. I mean, you can like, here's a free floating window right here is my free floating window. So I don't know what you mean exactly. I mean, you grab it and you move it wherever you want, but you know, that's about the end, well, you're talking, you mean just moving it? Just grab it. Just left click on the top and just move it around. Left click on the top. Once you've left clicked, at the top, not in the body of it, but at the top where you've titled it. Left click and now move it. Okay, just left click on the top and then just move, and then just start dragging it wherever you want. How many monitors do you have, Jason? All right, let's take a look at some of the ones that are moving right now. So QNRX. So the idea then is to put all your trade ideas windows exactly where you want them. Put your toolbar in the upper left-hand corner of what you'll call maybe your main monitor, okay? Put all your trade ideas windows exactly where you want them so you don't have to do this every day and move them around. And then you go to Tools, click on Tools, and then click on Options, okay? Click on Options, and then click on Layouts. So Tools, Options, Layouts, and where it says Open Relative to Main Window, check that. And when you check that, save it, and then, when you exit trade ideas, make sure you save your work. Then when you load trade ideas tomorrow or at any time, all your trade ideas windows will be exactly where you want them to be. All right, BPMT, a gap down on negative phase 2 data. BPMT, I must have typed in the symbol wrong. Is it BMT? Okay, I think I know what's going on here. Well, there it is. It's BPMC. Sorry, guys. Yeah, I have that in wrong. I have it wrong. It's BPMC. So in where I posted the stocks that are moving, it should be BPMC, not BPMT. Anyway, moving down on negative phase 2 data. EAR continued its move. EAR continued its move. Had a move late yesterday. You can see that move right there. That was at 3:30. Held after hours. In fact, it started to gain a little bit more after hours and kind of maintaining that gain. I don't see any news for it. Yeah, I don't see any specific news for it from yesterday or today. Yeah, Target, it's not lambasted like it was the last time, but it is down 2.8% on earnings, but certainly not lambasted like it was the last time when it released earnings, which was here. You can see that gap. Remember, one day it closed at $215 and it opened at 158. Apron, Blue Apron, another one of the memers from yesterday, one of those high float percents, short float percents on the move still at yesterday's high. Insider buying, SAVA, SAVA, insider buying, a director bought 100,000 shares at 2069. So he sunk over $2 million into this. Thanks, Zach. And more insider buying. QTRX. This hasn't moved very much, but QTRX, some insider buying here also hasn't moved much. CEO bought 105,000 shares at 1043. So 1043, so just a little bit above. So, I mean, look, I'm going to stick an alert here, a price alert just over $11 or around $11, 1091 actually. See if it takes that out. I mean, look at the potential gap fill, and that is for QRTX. A is a more expensive one. I don't typically trade these sort of stocks, but some of you might. So this is an earnings play, big gap up on earnings through the 200-day moving average. That's important. So that is A. Oh, right, with the ear. I read that at your government. Yeah, making hearing aids a lot more affordable. Right. Remember, I'm in Canada, so I do see your news, but I didn't connect the dots. Forgot to put it in. So A is another. Okay. ASLE is gapping down. They're doing a financing, 1725 financing. So it is a little bit below the financing price. ASLE doing a financing at 1725. Fubo, take a look at Fubo, see if it's still moving higher here. Another one of the memers from yesterday, 32%. This is what they're all basically have, high short float percents. AIMD is gapping up. I don't see a reason. I'm just looking. Now I see a reason. Okay. Master service agreement with a Swiss pharma for drug testing, etc. So, but this one got absolutely murdered back here. Wow. So anyway, it's trying to crawl back a little bit. Now here's one I just popped into the room. I just put this in. It's not on the list so much, but look at Warby here, WRBY. No volume yet. Okay, but boy, can you just see if it can take out this the high of yesterday, which was 1861, which was also basically a high of about 4 days ago, which is 1846. I've got that price alert, that blue line drawn right across. The next high would be 2030. Okay, so keep an eye on this Warby on an 1860 break. Can we put a price alert? Yeah, just put a. Are you asking like in general or? And here's a Pox play, guys. BWV. Now this is exploration of its virus-like particle platform for pox vaccine candidate. Oh, the list I'm talking about one and one. It's just I post up here, and maybe you have to go up a little bit. Just the pre-market actives up and down. I forgot to add A to it. Okay, so Jason, you really have to go to the guide also. I'll tell you how to do it, but all this is in the guide. Sound alerts, So any sound alert, if I create a price alert right here, you have to add it to your price alerts window. So here's my price alerts window, okay? So if you've never used a price alert, well, first time you create one, when you get an alert, the window will pop up. If you minimize it, the window will pop up on your screen, but you can also put a sound alert on it. Right click, actions, and then just follow this. Follow this, okay? To play the sound, to set up the sound. All that is in the guide. That's how you put a sound alert on an alert window on the AI. So it'd be a good idea for you just if you want to put sound alerts on anything, go to the guide, and this is the format right here. But to have the sound alert and the price alert window, right click, actions, and then follow these directions. And again, the guide. It's a great guide. So if you click on my homepage link, go to the education section. This is for anybody else too, of course. Go to the user guide, and it's nicely segmented. You can do a search, but most of the major things people are looking for is already segmented. So sound alerts, okay, sound alerts right there. Price alerts on the charts, sound alerts. Well, let's see if the analysts today are starting to ease up on the downgrades. I'm going to just check my upgrade and downgrade list from briefing.com this morning and see what we've got. Ha! Well, that's something very, 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 very weird. I don't know, it might be briefing.com this morning, but they've only got 2 upgrades and 2 downgrades. So, I mean, that's kind of weird. They have upgraded Apple. They beat Swiss, but that's very strange. It's almost like they something's gone wrong with that the service. What's the service? It's just from briefing.com. That would be typical, day before Christmas or something, or some major holiday. And they're not really too active, but anyway, saves me from having to type in lots of symbols. Give me a moment, I'm just answering an email, guys. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, let's take a look now. By the way, if you're looking at Hill, H-I-L, in one moment, please. Okay, so inch by inch, there's no way. I like, we get this question a lot. Like, how can I create an alert for a stock before it starts to run? I wish I could say, well, just do this. But really, there is no way to create an alert just before something is going to run. What we try to do, though, is see the run at the beginning. And just because something is running, look at this one as an example. Okay, BWV. So it started at 250. We may have been able to catch the run to, get an alert at the 275 mark, maybe even the 3 mark, and it still moved another dollar. Okay. So it's not that, so I wouldn't get so hung up on trying to say, well, I want to know BWV. I want to have an alert right here, knowing it's going to, tack on a dollar after my alert. I mean, unfortunately, it's just not going to happen. So Hill's a buyout, guys. Just wanted to point that out in case you're seeing Hill and wondering why I'm not talking about it. You can just almost tell what a buyout is when you see the stock is flatlining right across on, say, a 15-minute chart or really any time frame, just kind of flatlining. They've got some kind of an unsolicited $3 offer. So again, inch by inch, I'm not trying to be flip and dismissive, okay, but there's just really, for instance, here, okay, Warby. Now, I don't know if it's going to move. I have no idea, but you can look at Warby as an example, WRBY. So I've put a price alert right up here at 1862 or so. You can maybe see why. So if it starts to move on some volume and takes that out, you could say, well, okay, maybe, that might be the start of the move. There's no guarantee, of course, that it's going to continue to move, the way we want it to, even if it hits this price, but at least we'll know about it. Okay. Well, unusual volume though, usually with unusual volume, you're going to get a price jump. Okay. I mean, that's usually the reason. If something is moving, if something, It's very rare unless it's some kind of a cross, which is not going to move the stock anyway. Some kind of an arranged cross by a company where you see, a whole bunch of shares trading at, and the price hasn't moved. But typically, I mean, if you're going to see a big volume spike, you're going to see the price moving at the same time. Okay, when you say what is the window limit for the trial, China, do you mean? Okay, guys, I'm getting a whole ton of alerts coming here. Oh, look at the SPY, guys. Look at the SPY. Is this real? Is this real, or is this one of these topping tails that is just going to disappear? So when you say window, are you talking about charts, China? Or are you talking about like these trade ideas windows? There's really no limit, but I always say, don't have so many, otherwise you'll get nothing done. You'll have so many windows open, and you'll be cooking like mad all day long and getting nothing done. So I don't know what you mean by window. You mean charts? The maximum number of charts you can have is 20 in the trial. If you have our premium service, then it's 20. If you have our standard service afterwards, it is 10. But if you're talking about windows like this, in theory, there's no limit, and it's got nothing to do with the trial. The trial is just as if you're a subscriber, like a full-fledged subscriber. So yeah, okay, that's what I was thinking. So this is sort of the reverse of what we normally see. A lot of times we see huge bottoming tails. So my guess, if I look at Microsoft, just pick a couple of the big ones. Yeah, you're going to see these. You're going to see topping tails for a lot of the big name stocks, Microsoft, Meta, etc. Yeah, Apple. So yeah, it's too bad. Look, maybe there's some. Now today is FOMC 2 o'clock. I don't know if there are minutes at 2:30, but or a discussion at 2:30. All right, guys, 9:21. Let's take a look at the sectors. So I'm going to click on New Doc Channel Bar. Then I'm going to click on Show More, and then find the sector status and take a look at what's happening. Now I saw oil was a little bit weak this morning, so it's not all or nothing. Okay, so what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. And these are, so XLE, that's the major ETF for energy. Now, typically this is all or nothing. What do I mean by that? So these are the stocks that make up XLE. Typically, it's about 50-50. Well, that means that 50% of the stocks are above yesterday's close, 50% are below. Okay. Typically, it's either 100 one way or the other, depending on what the price of oil is. So it's interesting that we get this almost 50-50. When you look at the other sectors, and we're in for a negative open, there is no strong sector right now. Okay. So look at tech stocks. 90% of them are below yesterday's close. Communications 85%, etc. Now, if I look at this, 10 o'clock, 10:15 or so, this could be dramatically different, especially because I'm going to look at the change from the open once the market is open, and then check the stocks to see how they've moved from their opening price, opening trade. So for instance, you could see technology, maybe the stocks are still down from yesterday's close, but maybe they're moving from their lows of the day or their opening prints. So, but we'll see. I'll depending on how busy I am at 10:15. Yeah, it's just semantics, China. I mean, people say Windows, so we have a 20 chart limit if you're a premium subscriber, a 10 chart limit if you're a standard subscriber. But as far as the trade ideas windows that you create, there is no limit. Okay, but just because there's no limit doesn't, that's the thing. Always trying to get people to trim down their layout size. And I'm certainly following my own advice. My layout size is now so Spartan. I just really concentrate on the winners in the races, the biggest gainers from the open, that race that I follow all day long. I do have a couple of other alert windows, but they don't give me very many alerts during the day. So my focus is almost entirely on this window. This window will start running at 9:30. And I'll be explaining races. I'll nag you guys to death on the races. One of the things about the races, I mean, I think people have the wrong idea, perhaps, is that they're looking at the races and they're saying, "Well, this one is winning. It's got a big percentage move and it's moving up to the top. I guess I just take the trade, right?" No, 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 no. I mean, it still requires that you click on the alert, see what is happening. Is it a couple things? Is it coming into the 200-day moving average? Is it coming into some resistance on a daily chart? What's the SPY doing, perhaps? But the big thing, I mean, the major reason for me is the focus on one window all day long, and then its ability to automatically create a top 10 watch list from it. So it's the focus. So it's not just a matter of clicking, just because something is moving up on the leaderboard, and you'll see what I mean once we start. Doesn't mean that, oh, well, I guess I just take the trade. No, but that's why you've got to practice. Then you can start taking some trades and see how they work in their simulator. And you'll see at the end of the day, as we move along in that top 10 list, the number one stock will be some stock that has maybe won a race several times. So, I mean, classic example was, well, it wasn't Bed Bath and Beyond yesterday so much. It was, I can't remember which one, but I think it won about 15 races. So, I mean, the idea then is focus on the ones, focus on the ones that are really active. And that'll help you, because one of the problems that people have with trade ideas is they look at it and go, well, where do I start? Well, this is a great way to start. And of course, I'm sharing this race. Give me a moment, guys. Yeah, news. My goodness. Yeah, I hate that company was sort of interesting a long time ago, but yeah, popping. Has literally, well, it has earnings today, believe it or not. Now here's where, okay, they've got 843% revenue growth. Okay, so okay, there's your news for news, and they obviously just released now. And it is not a low float. If we can believe that float, that's a huge float for a $1 stock, almost 300 million in the float. But it's, sort of a high short float percent. So who knows? Maybe the memers will get a hold of that one. And there it is showing up here now. See if anything else is popping up. This SPRC has, my problem with it always, it seems to just hang around that $1 mark, below a dollar, above a dollar, below a dollar, above a dollar. So it's Israeli stock. Thing is, it's a very low float, 3 million in the float. It's rated, it'll trade the float easily today. Don't see any reason for it, what this 16% pop is, but less than a minute. You are right. 45 seconds to this open. So let me get prepared for this. I'll get rid of that. And let's have a great trading day. Excuse me, everybody. Here's another one that I saw was on the, it's under $1, I think. It was on the meme list, the Wall Street, yeah, so it's way under $1 still. Look at the volume, 28 million, but 231 million in the float. And they're filing for Chapter 11. Well, I'm asked to talk about the importance of floats. Well, something that has a very low float, and again, for me, anything under 20 million is a low float. It's just the supply of stock that's available. Okay, so it's like any other commodity on earth. So the lower that number is, and if there's demand for whatever reason, maybe it's an earnings play, maybe it's a news release, maybe it's a group, maybe it's a group that's, in Reddit, it's got a hold of it. And so the demand is high and the supply of stock, that's the float, is low. I mean, this is insanely low. If that can be believed, 572,000. I mean, that's an insanely low float. So that's the importance of it. I mean, most of the things we see here are going to be typically lower float situations because that's the only way a stock can move, 10, 20, 30, 40%, 100% typically. I'm not saying, Meta or Amazon. I mean, it's very rare that you're going to see huge percentage moves for those sort of stocks because the floats are so big. Think of it like an ocean liner trying to turn. Okay, so those big high float situations are, imagine an ocean liner trying to turn versus a speedboat. Okay, so an ocean liner, this huge radius before it finally turns, where a speedboat can basically turn on a dime. All right, I'll try to help you, Will. And when you say King Tut, where do you put your own watch list? Okay, so I will direct you to the guide. It's excellent, okay? And it's going to explain how to do all that. Click on my homepage link, okay? This is for King Tut, Steve Martin. Click on the guide, my homepage link, and then if you click on the education section, sorry, I'll bring it up here. Click on the education section, and then click on the user guide, and you see where it says watch list. That's how you create your own watch list, and then you would attach it to however you want to monitor it, either to a top list window or an alert window, okay? But if you click on that, that's going to show you exactly how to create your own watch list, how you can edit it, etc. Okay? And if you still have difficulties later, let me know, and I can try to help. Well, I know I can help. Just a little busy right now, but I'll be in about half an hour, 45 minutes. Things might slow down a little bit. Trade of the week was UEC. I don't think it triggered. UEC. UEC was the trade of the week. Yeah, it did not trigger. I think 475 or something like that was the trigger. So it's probably not going to trigger this week. Okay, so what is happening here? So BWV won a race right off the bat. Yeah, wow, excellent. Well, look at this. So they're trying to come up with a monkeypox vaccine. They've been in the monkeypox news for a while. I haven't really seen too much about monkeypox. So will to win, I don't understand exactly what you mean when you save your layout. You should be arranging all your windows exactly, all your trade ideas windows exactly where you want them. And then you save file. You can do it two ways. You can save your layout to your computer, of course, and give it a name. And of course, you should always save to the cloud. When you launch trade ideas again, everything should be where you want it to be. And are you talking about you're not talking about our web-based version, which I really don't have that much experience with. Talking about the web-based version, or are you talking about our app? You're talking about the app. Okay. Well, the other thing to do is, as I explained to somebody else, try this, okay? Get all your windows exactly where you want them. I don't know how many monitors you've got. Get all your trade ideas windows exactly where you want them. If you only have one monitor, well, then put them exactly where you want them. If you've got several, put them exactly where you want them. Okay, two. So put them exactly where you want them. Next thing is click on Tools, Options, Layouts. Tools, Options, Layouts. And check that open relative to main window. Check it. And then save it. And don't forget to save your work at the end also. I mean, when I say save, when you exit trade ideas, because what that does, and now before you do that, one other step, before you do that, put your toolbar in what you'll designate as your main monitor, okay? Maybe the one you're staring at the most. So put your toolbar in the upper left-hand corner, and then do the tools, options, layouts, and then check open relative to main window and save. And then when you exit trade ideas, make sure you save your work. When you load trade ideas again, every window should be exactly where you want them to be. Now, if you've already done that and you promised me you've saved your work and it's still not working, then I don't know how I can help you. You might have to go to our true tech support. Then I don't know if you were on the phone. So they told you told you that? They told you? I mean, that's very strange then, because that's sort of the bulletproof method of, when I've got multiple monitors. Okay. I've got a couple of scans on my other monitors, and it's been bulletproof for me from day one. Just put them exactly where you want them to do, where you want them to be, and you've got to make sure you save your work at the end of the day though also. Like any little change you might make, including that layout, or you make a change to a chart, add an indicator, you make even it's the most minor of changes. When you exit trade ideas, file, and it's going to say exit, it's going to ask you, do you want to save your layout? Most of the time you can say yes, because that's the layout you want to use every day. I rarely change my layout. And then that's it. Then when I load trade ideas again, everything is exactly where I want it to be. Don't know how I can help you. If you were on the phone with them and you did all that, I'm not sure how I can help you, Will. Sorry. The thing is, with different computer configurations, and sometimes it's really difficult for our tech people to figure out why, in one case out of 1,000 isn't working. All right, guys, let me take a look at what's happening here. Okay, I've seen this one in the past as JCSE. Wow. Okay, now low float, 4.4 million in the float. Now looking left, what do we see? Boy, I mean, you can see if this can take out 314, guys, look at the gap for JCSC. So just stick an alert. In fact, I'll even just going to actually I'll put in the simulator, see if I can catch it in time. Okay. Okay, so what I did is I clicked the buy button and I put in an order to take this trade in the simulator. Okay, let's just see how it works. I mean, you can see if it takes out 319. I mean, look at the gap, guys. I mean, I don't know what happened here. I mean, they just got thumped from 12 down to what, 285 on one day. Not sure what happened. Well, they can actually do that, Will. But we are limited. We don't have, I mean, we have so many customers, especially during this test drive, but that's not an excuse, but you can try again, ask for a remote. Really weird though, that if you've done exactly those steps with the multiple monitors, exactly those steps, that it's not working for you. Keep an eye on this JCSC, guys, because of the room it's got. See if there's any news on this one. Well, guys, listen, I've laid out what I think could happen. Okay, it's not guaranteed, of course, but I'm not telling anybody to take a trade. But you're seeing what I've why I'm interested in this JCSC. But as I'm looking at it now, it's giving up three. So again, it has to take that area out, 313, that 319 area. Can you see how price alerts and conditional buy orders save you a lot of grief? Instead of trying to anticipate that it was going to happen, okay? I put that conditional buy order in the simulator at a price where I thought if it could get there, that it could get running, but I didn't anticipate ahead of time that it would do it. In other words, taking the trade when it was at I don't know, 310 and we'll see what happens here, but look at the pullback. So Will, why don't you do this? Go to our homepage and see what they say about our remote support, like a screen share. I mean, we can do it. It's just timing, okay? How busy? Did you ask yesterday? You're on the phone. Typically, we don't do a lot of phone support. Phone support is generally just for accounting issues. But if you click on our homepage and then wait for the balloon to pop up here and then click on the questions and answers and do the ask and give them your email address. But that's very weird that that's happening. Very weird. So Ethan, you asked about the importance of floats. Okay, so You look at this JCSC, look at the float, 4.5 million, just, nothing. Look how much is traded already, 5.7 million. So we talk about float rotation. So the float rotation is basically dividing the float into how many shares is traded. So you can see that's, over one right now, and probably on its way. Who knows? By the end of the day, it might have traded the float 4, 5, 6, 7 times. And if you're going to ask why, in this particular case, I have no idea because I don't see any news on it. There might be something, I'm looking at headlines. I don't see any specific news. But that's the only way. I mean, 25% is pretty awesome. But, these low floaters, I mean, you can see them at 100, 200, 300% sometimes. Let's look at Meta. Meta's, down 2%. I mean, you're not going to see massive percentage moves. Look at the BWV, 4 million in the float. They come out with some news about monkeypox, okay? 19 million have traded. Divide 4 into that, 5 times, more than 5 times the float already. Float is the supply of stock, and the volume is the demand. High demand, low supply, every single commodity on earth will react the same way. I don't care if you're buying soybeans or stocks. If you've got low supply and high demand, price is going to go higher. I might even use my home analogy later on. I haven't used it for a while. But all right, guys, now I'll try to pay a little more attention to what's happening here. So that, yeah, there's the ear. So on the news, so it's not specific to ear, but I mean, it's obviously it's specific to their sector with your government now lowering prices, I guess, on hearing aids. And when I say your government, that's because I'm a Canadian, so it's your government, not mine. But so see how this list is building, okay? So BWV has won 2 races today so far. And, in about, I don't know, give it a couple of hours, this top 10 list should be filled with the top 10 stocks. The number you see beside the stock is how many races it's won. So, you look at EAR, so there's the 200-day moving average, 375. That is far enough away. So, I mean, if EAR can kind of base a little bit right at 3, I mean, it still has some room to run before it hits that 200-day moving average. Well, if you're wanting to dock, Will, though, there's a big difference between free floating and docking. Okay, if you're talking about wanting to something like this, that is docking. I don't talk about it too much because I don't even know how many of our customers do it. I like it because it kind of makes things, organizes a little bit better. But if you want to dock, then if you go to if that's what you're talking about, then you can go to the guide and go to the docking section. Yeah, Kirk yesterday was another one of these memers, 25. Now, if you're wondering when I keep saying memers, okay, so these are stocks. I mean, it all started with with the Wall Street Bets crew within Reddit. Of course, it started January of 2021 with GameStop, GME, and so they have become a force. And if they pile into a stock for whatever reason, there's no real reason. I mean, there's not like it's anything good about a stock that they're piling into. It's not like they have earnings or any news. They just decided, a group gets together and says, you know what? Let's concentrate on Kirk today as an example, because it's got that high short float percent, 25%. So you look at the float, 11 million, 25% of it is short. So 25, which is a big, big percentage. People betting the stock is going to move down. You can try VWAP. I mean, VWAP is another popular one. Okay, guys, the JCSE is getting a little bit alive again. So it had the bottom down to 274, and it's popped up again. And so taking out that 319 level could get it rocking. Look at it actually held the VWAP 285. Got down to 274, so the VWAP area kind of held it. So again, Ethan, I mean, you can try anything. And question is, wouldn't the VWAP be a good indicator for top list tickers? Sure, try it. Some people say, well, what about the RSI? What about MACD? What about stochastic? What about this? What about that? I would say that for me, the only two numbers I really pay attention to. I mean, the number one is the 200-day moving average, and then I will glance at the VWAP. After that, I'm not a big indicator guy, but that is me. That is me. That is not to say that you or anybody else should follow what I do in terms of indicators. I've just found that, for me, having too many indicators on a chart just confuses things. But as I always say, if a person uses indicators and they have a lot of them and they can use it to their advantage, they're making money doing it, keep doing it. There's no right or wrong way in any of this. So I see that LX actually is an earnings play. LX is an earnings play. It's a huge float, 134 million. So when I say, it's a huge float, what are the chances that it's going to keep ripping? Now, the only thing is, yeah, I mean, if it can kick out this, this is a China stock, right? Yeah, this is a China stock, China fintech stock. Again, I put a price alert or a conditional buy order or something in the simulator for ear. A little. Oh, if it pops through 3 again, try it. Just try it. In the simulator, nothing to lose. Try it. Get the feeling of taking trades and see how they work. So, I mean, here's the reason. I mean, it's got some room. Kirk has got some room, but when you look left on the daily chart, the high was 657. I mean, it's within 30 cents away, right? Or 40 cents away. Which if I knew if I took this trade at 613 and would get right up to that 657 area and get right there and then it stopped, of course that'd be an awesome trade. I just don't know that's going to happen. I'm like most traders, probably looking left and seeing, that high is, that high of yesterday is kind of close. But again, if it could get right to the high from $6, of course that'd be an awesome trade, in terms of a percentage move. But I like to try to put things a little bit more in my favor when I look at a chart. And that doesn't mean that, all of a sudden you're going to get a ton of volume and it pops right through that. But I just try to put a little more in my favor. All right, so what's the market doing? So market's still soft a little bit. Dow is down, and the Nasdaq. There's no disconnect between revenue and growth stocks right now. I mean, this is sort of an interesting one. This SRAD, it is an earnings play. They released earnings this morning. It's through the 200-day moving average. My issue with it, I'm looking at the bid ask. I think it's 14.15, 14.01, 14.30. Makes it really tough to commit to a trade. 14.01, 14.30. Pretty tough to commit. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, I mean that if you wanted to buy this right now, you'd have to go in at 14.30. Now within Interactive Brokers, you can sometimes you'll get a fill in between, but if you want this stock right now, you're getting it at 14.30. The problem is your P&L is going to show that you if you want to get out, it's going to show you where you can get out, which is 14.03. So you're already down, is what I'm saying. So it makes it for me untradeable. Now, I'm obviously if this stock tacked on $5 from here, that 30-cent spread would mean nothing, but I don't know what's going to do that. So the memers guys are taking a breather. I mean, this is actually one I traded in the pre-market, but the memers are definitely taking a breather here. BBBY. Wow, this one. I mean, I did not get this one. What a move though. BWV, what a move. I'll have to see what this looks like on this daily chart. Got up to 492. So right up here is about 5. I mean, geez, I mean, it still has a ton of room if it can take out 5, but again, how can a stock be up 88%? Because of the float. 4.6 million in float, very, very low. That's the only way a stock can be up, an insane percentage like that. And then if you say, well, that's crazy. I mean, I look at the news and that shouldn't be up this much. You'll drive yourself crazy if you try to analyze news and say, well, that's a nonsensical press release. It shouldn't do this. You drive yourself crazy. Probably the memers got a hold of this. I mean, this is another short float, 23%. Some group in Reddit probably got a hold of this and said, let's run with this one. This is not shortable for me either at Interactive Brokers. All right, Giga Media. So they're so that's Taiwanese stock. Okay, so I mean, this had a big day yesterday, but it sold off. I mean, it got up to 3 and it closed down here at 2. So I mean, that was a big percentage drop. But again, you look left. So there is there's the attraction. You can kind of see if it can take out those highs right there, 237 or so. That's the high of the day, I think, 235. So I'll just drop. I click on the buy button and I'll put my dotted line right at that level and see if it takes this. And if it gets up to 236, it'll take the order. I've got the stop in place. And again, you can do all this in the simulator. And again, low float, 6 million in the float. I see, so there's been a resurgence now for Bed Bath & Beyond, guys. So that bottoming tail way down here at 23, it popped all the way up to 27 and it got halted. Pete, you're not alone. Everybody goes through that. I don't care what level of trader you are, okay? Now, one of the problems in these sort of stocks, not so much maybe, Bed Bath and Beyond, well, it only has 61 million. The problem with these sort of stocks is because they can be very volatile. So yeah, you see something that pops, you almost have to take some profit, maybe not get rid of everything. Typically that's what I do. If I get into one of these very volatile stocks and it, pops on me, 20 or 30%, I mean, I'm going to take some profit. It could keep moving 100%, but it could also drop like sink like a stone. So I will always take some profit. Now, don't ask me, well, is it 50%, 30%, 40%? It's a bit of a feel for me how much I'm going to take out of the trade initially if it pops quickly. And that can be the problem with these sort of stocks because it can be very volatile. If you wanted something that's a little more relaxing, then you can always take a look at, it's the same sort of race, but it's a large cap gainers, okay? Large cap gainers from the open. So these are stocks that have, big floats. Big floats, usually a minimum of 50 million in the float. I'll just put this in here. And half a billion, 500 million market cap, and at least 50 million in the float. So you're not going to get the wild fluctuations typically. Okay, so you scan for an inside bar. So one of the things, I don't do this, but let's take a look. If you click on new and then go to Market Explorer window and select strategy, something should say pattern recognition. There's a double inside day. There's the third. Okay, so I don't know how it's organized for you guys. Okay, I mean, I'm seeing this the way it's organized for me, but if you see something that says candlestick pattern, and then you'll see a 30-minute inside bar, 15, 5, and 2. Okay, and then inside day. Now it may not be organized the same way for you, but if you can just check the ones that say inside. Okay, so so again, to get that Market Explorer window, click on New from the toolbar, and then Premium Market Explorer window. Okay, and then right-click on it, and then hover over the select strategy. And again, I don't know how it's organized for you guys. I'm on a development version, so I'm not 100% sure. But if it's organized in the same way I got it, then just click on candlestick pattern. Otherwise, just look. You may have a long list of strategies. Now, you cannot modify anything, okay? In other words, you cannot say, well, I only want to see this price range or this minimum volume. All right, BBBY came out of its halt, and so it's a resumption now. All right, guys, LX on the move here. The next high looking left is getting closer. It's not a low float. Again, they don't haul. Now, if you think I only look for low float situation, I don't have a filter on anything that has maximum of 20 million. It's just that the things that I see, most of the stocks that I see that are having moves typically the only way they can have a move that I'm interested in is if they're a low float. But look at LX, as an example, 134 million. That's a good move, 18%, and who knows where it's going. It's an earnings play, so that's the reason. So there is some reason for why this stock is moving, because it's an earnings play, as opposed to, we don't know why it's moving. So the question is in our YouTube room, why is a halt stopped or halted? Typically, the answer I like to give, it's a volatility halt. So if a stock goes up too much in a period of time, then a computer program kicks in and halts it. It's sort of like a pause, okay? And usually the halts are 5 minutes long. So it is a computer program that kicks in. And again, if a stock moves a certain amount in a certain period of time, that's a general explanation. There may be a more detailed explanation, but I mean, for our purposes, because that's why they say it's a volatility halt. So what they're trying to do is, give the stock a breather. Usually it's 5 minutes. You can see BBBY got halted at 9:58 plus 49 seconds and resumed 5 minutes later, 10:03 plus 49 seconds. The majority of halts, I would say 95, even maybe a higher percent, are 5-minute halts. If it's not a 5-minute halt, then usually it's a multiple of 5. So if this hadn't opened at 10:03 and 49 seconds, it probably would have opened at 10:58 and 49 seconds. Usually there are multiples of 5. Okay. That was a question from our YouTube room. So notice I put in some conditional buy orders and nothing has been executed. The JCSE. Yeah, one moment here. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So these are my conditional orders and nothing has been executed yet. All right, so I'm surprised it's not there. Okay, it depends on the version you're in, Satya. Okay, I would have thought, and maybe somebody can tell me if you're on the late. In fact, there is another version, 0.64, I think now on the website or point. Let me just do a quick look. Just give me a moment here. So there is a later version now. So it's 5.6.4. Most of you, if you're in the test drive or you had the last version, it was 0.3. I'm not sure what the massive difference is. I mean, you can look at the notes, release notes, I suppose. Something to do with the single stock window, I think. But anyway, if you have the 0.3, I would have thought by now the halts resumes will show on the chart. If not, because I asked that last week and they didn't seem to think there was any reason why they wouldn't. And I can't show you one. So maybe, so what version are you on, Satya? You can tell by just clicking on help and about. Click on help and about. And if it doesn't say at least 5.6.3, I would make sure you can have 4 now. If you're less than 0.3, which you will be. If you did it 2 weeks ago, because 0.3 was only available on Friday, last Friday. So I would absolutely, and more than likely that house resumes will show up on the chart. Yeah, so yeah, download the latest version, okay? Yeah. You know how to go to the website to do that? Okay. You know, guys, Sav is having an excellent day on that insider buy. That was a director who bought 100,000 shares at $20. I mean, sunk 2 million into this. Yeah, V is now, at least it's above yesterday's high. Well, it's at yesterday's high, 774. So I mean, if it can break yesterday's high, the next high is at 880. So it's got some room. Low float, 2.3 million in the float, very, very low. One of the things you hear me say all the time, I mean, if you take a trade in something like this, you can't say, okay, I'm in this trade. I'm gonna go downstairs, make a cup of coffee, take the dog out for a quick walk, do some things, and I'll come back in 5 minutes. Okay, this stock could be right down to 6. You cannot leave your computer if you get into a stock that has a low float, because as beautiful as it looks as it's going higher, it's devastating when all of a sudden the rug gets pulled and the buying dries up. It can just sink like a stone. Okay, you cannot leave your computer. Even if you put in if you knew how to put in a stop, an auto stop. I mean, sometimes, it depends how many shares you buy. Sometimes, I mean, these things can sink so quickly, it can blow right through your stop. So you may get out a few shares, but not all you want. So you can't rely on that either. Okay. So do not. You mean stocks crossing the 20 SMA above? So I don't know if we have the actual cross for that. Um, Let me just do a quick check. Oops, just give me a moment here. Got to get this off here because this is just give me a moment, okay? Okay, 20 SMA above. So you want the literally on the daily. Now this is on the daily chart or intraday. Now I may not be able to on the 2 minute. Okay, wow, 2 minute. Yeah, I don't think we don't have an alert for that for sure. I'm just looking here. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, 2 minute. This is what we have for 2 minutes. So we've got the 20 period above the, so that is it right there. Okay. 20 period. So that's what you're looking for, the 20 SMA crossing above the 200 on a 2 minute chart. Is that what you're talking about? Okay. Well, here they are. 20. So that's the alert that you can use. If you're not getting the results that you want, I can't really help you. But I mean, this is the alert that we have. Okay. The 20 period SMA crossing above the 200 on the 2, 20 period SMA crossing below the 200 period on the 2. So that's, you can try that, and then, have other filters, price ranges and volumes and otherwise things like that. Otherwise, you'll get inundated with alerts. So that's the alert that you would use. So you create an alert window, and then, with other filters in place, maybe a price range you want, a minimum volume, maybe some other things, then that would be the trigger. Okay, like, I mean, I can show you, but you really should go to the guide, because that's a basic question in terms of creating an alert window. You click on new, and I'm not trying to dismiss you at all, but you may forget what I'm saying, but I mean, you click on new alert window, okay, and you click on summary, or click on the, let me start again. New alert window, and start from scratch. And then you say load the settings. Now you've got a blank window, and it's going to say you've no alerts. Well, don't worry about it. So now you've got a blank alert window. Now here's where you can start to configure it, and now you can add, a price range. You can adjust this afterwards. I'll go 1 in 100. Maybe a minimum volume of 200,000 shares. Okay, just some real basic stuff. And then you search on that SMA. And what did you want on the 2-minute? So there's the 20 SMA above, on the 2-minute, 20. So you add that, add the alert. You can highlight them both. You want to add the alerts. Okay, and check them. Now you've got it, okay? And now we give it a name, but you really should go to the alert window, or the guide that shows you about how to create alert windows. Okay, I'll give you this one, but okay, we'll call it 20 crossing 200. And there you have it. Okay, so I'll give you this one, but I really, really think that you should go to the guide and check how to create alert windows. Okay. Okay, well, I just gave it to you, so you can take a look at it now. And then, of course, you can, if you don't like that price range, you don't like the price range, you click on that summary, and you don't like the price range, then you make a change. If you don't like the volume, make a change. If you want to add relative volume, if you're getting way too many alerts, then you can start to add more filters to reduce the number of alerts you're getting. It's trial and error. Like, you don't ask me, well, what should I do in terms of, it's trial and error. Okay, in our YouTube room, I'm a regular Trade Idea subscriber. Is this test drive different from the regular one? Nope. The people who are involved in the test drive just have access to the program. That's all. There's nothing different about what the program you've got and what they have. Okay. Speaking of the test drive, so you still have the ability. To sign up for the test drive. Okay. This is what you'll see if you click on the test drive link. So let me get rid of some of these tabs. Okay, this is what you're going to see. You will not get 10 days, okay? The test drive started on the 15th and it goes to the 29th, okay? This is a fixed, all our support is geared around these 2 weeks. So this is when the test drive started. So you're not obviously you can't take advantage of the 15th to the 29th, but you'll get the balance of today. So what's today? Wednesday. So you get the balance of today. So almost a full day, depending if you sign up right now, plus 7 more trading days, okay? Thursday and Friday, and then all next week. So you will not get the full 10 days, but if you think, $11.11 is worth it, then go for it. Okay. I'm just going to say that, look left. If you're a standard subscriber and you want to test our premium service out, you can do it also. It costs you $11.11. Okay. Now we only do this 4 times a year, so it's a good opportunity to try us out. And here, this is the important part. One of the important parts. If you don't have, there's nothing to do. Once the test drive is over, it's over. Okay. You don't have to call us up or email us and say, well, I want to unsubscribe from it. Once it's over, it's over. There's nothing for you to do. We do not put you into a subscription. And I like to say it very slowly because that's the common question. What happens when it's over? Do you put me into a subscription? No, no, no. Okay. And I want to emphasize that. The reason being is that our poor support people get inundated with alerts or emails, and they have to answer each one of them. I need to know that I'm not being put into a subscription. I demand an answer right now. Like, so they all have to be answered. So it just overloads our support where they could be doing other way more important things. Okay, so just so you know. Just give me a moment here. I mean, that's Sava. I mean, I'm not in it, but that's Sava on that insider buy. If I typed it correctly, we'd see it on that insider buy. I mean, that's awesome. I mean, if you're wondering why I'm not in it, distracted. If I'm paying way more attention on that break right there in the, breaking out of that pre-market range, I could have taken some, but I'm a little bit distracted, and that's absolutely fine. Don't you can absolutely ask me questions all day long. That's why we have this test drive the way it is. So as this top 10 list builds, I'm going to go over the racing in a lot more detail. First, I just want to just do a few general statements about trade ideas for those of you who are brand new. If you're new to the room, first of all, welcome to the room. This is the format between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Monday to Friday. I am live on the mic and sharing my screen. Okay. This is not anything special for the test drive. This is the way it is all the time. And my name is Barry Anderson, and I do work for Trade Ideas. So what is Trade Ideas? We're a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the US stock market. Doesn't matter where you live in the world, doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. So I always like to start off with my home page. There's a lot of information on my home page. LX on the move. Okay. Um, so you click on my homepage link, and Jose, were you with us in the pre-market? I start talking at around 9 o'clock. The reason I say this is because, I think there might be a misconception about what the room is all about, that I am going to tell people what to buy and sell all day long. No, I mean, if I'm, I've already laid out the JCSE where I would take the trade, but I'm not telling anybody to do the same thing. But, when we talk about something like Sava, and I mentioned it in the pre-market, it's up to you. If it meets your trading plan, then you take the trade. If it doesn't meet your trading plan, you don't take the trade. So what the room is really about is pointing out some opportunities, not just from myself, a lot of other traders, great traders in the room, and we're pointing out opportunities. Icelandic hands, Icelandic. So clicking on my homepage link, this is what you'll see. So an opportunity, if you do want to take a subscription right now, you don't want to wait. There's a promo code you can use, Barry for Alpha, for 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. Click on Get Trade Ideas. We have 4 plans. We have an annual, monthly for premium and standard. Premium annual is $2,000 less the 15%. Standard is $1,000 less the 15%. The big difference is the AI. AI had one great trade yesterday, nothing really shaking today. I'll go over that in a bit. You don't have to take out an annual plan. In fact, do not take out an annual plan unless you absolutely know you want the program. You can always start off with a monthly. Standard is 118, premium is 228, less the 15%. First month only. If you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. If you do take out a subscription, mandatory that you do this. So let's get started, okay? It take you 30 minutes out of your life. There are 10 short videos, the download and installation, the first startup and login, toolbar and right-click magic, etc. It'll take you about 30 minutes to go through that. Mandatory that you do it. It's a software program. You have to have some idea what the program's all about. Now, I've been told that even though the daily stock of the day video, so you just fill this in. I do a stock of the day video. I think they're going to change a little bit, so when you submit, you'll know that you submitted, okay? Because I know it's a little, because I brought that up yesterday, but and it's free. I do the stock of the day video at around noon Eastern. Trade of the week, free, sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I don't think this week's triggered. Why I say it didn't trigger, because when you get the email, the idea will be laid out for you. And I think the trigger was 475 or something like that. And of course, that's Monday. So it never hit the trigger point. So this is a trade. So if somebody says, well, that was a terrible trade of the week. Well, it isn't a terrible one because it never triggered. Now, I had it triggered at 475 and then moved higher and then dropped. I mean, it's not that it's terrible, but it didn't work. There's a stop that you obey and all that. So, but it never triggered. So basically it's a wash and it's free. If you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder or if you have Gmail, your promotional folder. Education link, super important. Click here, education link. This is our great user guide. So there's that getting started right here. At the very least, if you're starting out, you should know what an alert window is, how to create them, know what a top list window is, how to create them, and please click on this TI stock race. Okay, it covers, there's the setup, This is one that Steve, he called it How to Trade Race Winners. Okay. So they're little videos, but lots and lots of information about the stock racing. That's all I really focus on anymore. Okay. And I'm going to go over in more detail in maybe about 5 minutes. There's that Getting Started series again, right here. Daily support. So I do take a break between 12 and 1. One of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. Today is Wednesday, so it should be Jamie. Jamie should be in the room. Okay, so before, and we've got 5 days of the week. We've got 5 different traders that take over between 12 and 1. They all have different trading styles. Certainly, I'm the most active trader of the bunch. The other ones are a little more swing trading. They haven't done too much swing trading in this market, but anyway, different takes on the market. And so before I do take my break at noon, I will put the YouTube link in. Also, Chris Varley at Trade Ideas, he takes over in our YouTube room Monday to Friday between 3:30 and 4:30 because I shut the main room down at 3:30, and then you can head over to YouTube again and listen to Chris. Daily webinars. So we're on a hiatus while we're on this test drive. They'll start again after next week. You can sign up for them all right here, all free. And back to basics. If you're new to trading, great little video series. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. This is not third party. I always say it like that because you're not going to get inundated with promotions from a third party vendor. This is Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. And it starts off with what is a stock. So, I mean, if you are new to trading, a great series for you, free. And last, my scans. So this is the race mode, turning into my favorite scan of all time. The only thing I focus on now. I do have some other scans that I am sharing. I do also have still up and running the breakout and the breakdown. Don't get too many alerts from them, so I'm not distracted from my race mode. The Hoss resumes that I talk about. I have Zach's bouncers and toppers for people who, probably more advanced traders who are maybe interested in looking for stocks that maybe have made a parabolic move up and have topped out, and you're looking maybe to short them, or maybe even a parabolic move down and maybe they're bouncing. Okay. I would call this for more advanced traders. And this is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down. That gets me kind of understanding. That's where I found Sava this morning. I saw, okay, was the pre-market active up? So that's where I at least I can identify the stocks that are moving. And then I'll check the news and check to see, is there a reason for a stock moving up? So this is what I'm sharing. This is my single stock window that I display. Okay, so save my link. Then you can look at all this anytime you want. Okay. Yep. So it was all laid out, guys. Now, because I'm on this development version, I'm noticing that, yeah, there's some that should have taken the trade. Okay. I'm on this development version though, and I guess I should be on your production version because that trade, I'm in this trade. Okay. I am in this trade, but it should have also triggered in the here because it was an order. And that's because, I'm obviously, let me see if I can drop it here. Tomorrow I'll go back to the, okay, so it didn't quite work on the conditional, but you can see, so it took the trade right here. Okay, just wanted to show you how to, and I do apologize. I should know better. Sometimes the development version has some quirks in it. And because what should have happened is when it got to that 3:17, I think, it should have taken the trade. And now I can move that stop up, of course. When you click the buy button for you guys, what it's going to do, it has a strategy already assigned to it. You don't have to assign it. So it's going to buy $5,000 at the market, and it's going to put the stop at the low of the day. Now, is that a stop? You should obey? Probably not. I mean, but you can always move the stop up. All we're really trying to show you here, though, is how easy. If you click the buy button, practice in the simulator. Practice in the simulator. And I mean, again, I want to go over this in a lot more detail. Now, I'm going to get out of, I just want to show you how you can get out. I mean, I should be in this trade in the simulator way earlier, but you can flatten a trade. So I got out of the trade just by flattening it, okay? So if I had a series of stocks that I was in, I would just highlight the one I want and I can flatten it. That'll get me out of the trade. Or I could have got out of half my trade, or I could have doubled my position. Of course, I could have gone into the share box and picked how many shares. Good morning, Peter, and welcome to the room. So if you go to my homepage, love the questions, guys. I love the questions. Keeps me awake. Okay, click on my homepage link, and when you go to my homepage link, if you click on the scan section, there is the race that I am showing. Okay, that is the race that I am showing. I do recommend, though, that you also go into the education section. Click here on the education section, go to the guide, and then here is where you can learn a lot more about TI stock racing. There are a couple of videos and a lot more detail. You should, not just yourself, Peter, but anybody who's interested, and you should be interested in stock racing, please go to the guide and, spend whatever it takes, the 5 minutes, 10 minutes, whatever, to really familiarize yourself what our stock racing is all about and why I think it's the best thing that Trade Ideas has ever done, bar none. Brokers Plus is nice and all that, but to me, this is the best thing they've ever done. Wow. So again, you see how I operate the room anyway. I'm not going to tell people to take a trade. All I did was I said, guys, if it takes out that, what was that high right there? 314, and the high over there was 313. I said, if it takes that out, I'm going to be very interested in taking the trade. Why? Look left. Look at the amount of room it has to the next high. I'm not saying it's going to get up to 1245, 54, sorry, the high right there. I mean, I doubt it, but I'll take this trade all day long. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I'll have a stop. I'll get out of the trade. But I mean, that is what I want to see. I mean, this is almost as, you want to print out a chart and, because you hear me incessantly talking about looking left on the higher time frames. Well, just look left on that daily chart and look where the next high is. So all that to me means is that at least I don't have to worry about chart resistance. Many other reasons why a stock is not going to keep going higher. I mean, people are going to take profit. Maybe it runs into a 200-day moving average, which is not. Maybe if the VWAP were above it, things like that. But at least I don't have to worry about chart resistance. Take that out of the equation. Okay. Now I showed that I am sharing a lot of my scans. But we have a lot of scans here. So if you click on new, and click on Dock Channel Bar. And this is what, has been recommended people starting in the test drive. And, quite frankly, anybody who's now a Trade Idea subscriber, click on that Explosive Winners. And that Explosive Winners is in essence, that race you see here is in essence the same race. All I've done for me is I upped the minimum volume, and I wanted a different price range and all, but it's the gist of it is exactly the same. Okay. So if you just wanted to watch this all day long, and I'll explain about races, why I think they're the most important thing that we've ever done. But this is a channel devoted to the well, it's called Relative Strength Leaders from the Open. Again, I will explain it in a lot more detail. I do want to go to another channel, the Momentum channel, that is very popular also. Because if you wanted one other scan, races are great. I mean, I concentrate, almost 100% of my time in that window. But, we've got a great momentum scan also. And so this is what Trade Ideas is really excellent at doing. We can create what we call an event and then a real-time alert trigger. So this is the event. If I right click, configure, summary. So this scan right there is looking for stocks between $1 and $50. Current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this point of the day. Minimum of 100,000 shares. This is kind of the key one though. The volume in the last minute is 1,000% of normal, 5 minutes, 400% of normal, etc. If a stock meets all of these filter requirements and it makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. That's why we're seeing ALZN. Okay. So Ramin, the question in our YouTube room was the trade of the week was actually UEC. So how would I determine what the entry price and stop price was? It was in the email. Okay, so you have to read the email. The email I think suggested the entry at, what was it, 470, 480, something like that, and then the stop was a moving average. I think it was either the 10 or the 20-day moving average on the daily chart. So it's all laid out in the email. Okay, it is not triggered. It's nothing that triggered though. So doesn't mean you can't take the trade, but at some point. But it is not going to be officially counted as a trade of the week because it never hit the entry price. Okay, that makes sense. But it's in the email. If you can sign up for the trade of the week right here. So let me get back to this. So if all these filter requirements are met and a stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. That's why, let me just shut this down. So that's why, NNBR, you can just see on this chart, there's the new high right there, okay, right there. So that's what we're really good at, creating an event and then with a trigger. The trigger in this case is a new high for the day. So if you like this window, if you wanted to have this window, there's nothing wrong with that. You want to have this window and maybe the race, and that's all you do. So, or this scan. So what you have to do, you have to take it out of the layout. You take it out of the layout. So you right click and you duplicate into a free floating window. Okay, and what happened is it appeared on another monitor I've got. And here it is. Okay, now it's free floating. So if I like to scan exactly the way it is, then the next step is I would right click, save or share to cloud, and save it. Now it's in your cloud. But maybe I don't like it exactly the way it is. Maybe I want a different price range. So I right click, configure, summary, and then I can click on the price icon, and now I can make a change. Maybe I want it between 10 and 100. on the summary. You see how it is now changed. Say okay. So now you've made the change. You don't have to. If you like it exactly the way we've constructed it, fine. Or you can make the change and then save it to the cloud. Okay? So the exercise I'm really going over here is you can go to the different channels and you can start extracting scans that you think you might like, but I wouldn't get too crazy. You don't want to have 10 alert windows in which you're, getting alerts firing left and right, okay, and getting nothing done. You're clicking on symbols all day long and getting nothing done. Now, another word about this. If you make a change within the channel, and then you leave the channel and you come back, the change is not saved. You might say, hey, wait a minute, I made a change. The reason it's not saved is because the channels are for everybody. So the fact you want to make a change to something is not necessarily what everybody else wants, okay? That's why I'm saying, extract a scan you might like, then you can modify it and then save it to the cloud. Once you've saved it to the cloud, then you just file, load from cloud. And you'll see it. If you haven't done very many, you're going to see, you just highlight it, load it. Then you'll have to file load from cloud again, highlight and load. In that fashion, you can create your own layout without actually knowing how to create a scan from scratch. Okay, China, do you have this? Okay, I'm going to go over okay, I have one other question, a couple other questions, but do you have this bigger scanners from the open? Do you have my scan, this bigger scanners from the open? The racing scan. Well, if you have this scan, then, so you created something, if you have this, then you have my settings, but okay, and all you have to do, it looks like this. This is what my setting is. It's a 4-minute race based on the change from the open, delta value, show company logos, replace cards, auto start, auto rerun. That's it. If these are the settings you're talking about, if you're talking about the top list window settings, that's even easier. You just have to right click and open the top list. And this race is based on this top list. Are you talking about this? Then you can do that yourself. And then you just right click, configure and summary. And you'll see what this top list is based on. I'm just looking for stocks between $1 and $50. Minimum 200,000 shares. Okay, right here, 200,000 shares and up 2% from there. That's it. It's very, very hardly anything. I don't have market cap. This is the minimum volume, 200,000 shares. Now the other one that I'm sharing is a large cap one. Okay, and that volume would be 500,000 shares. The market cap would be 500 million, and the minimum float would be 50 million, something like that. You can do that if you want. Of course, this is what I like to see. All I'm really trying to, get people to, well, I want to talk about the racing in a lot more detail now. Okay. No, have I answered all the questions? How long do you normally wait for the trigger to hit? I don't know what you mean by that, Azar. It depends on the stock. I don't know what you mean by that. If you're talking about, the JCSC, I'm not sure what you mean by that. How long do I normally wait? I'll wait as long as it takes. If it never hits, like I'm not. If I put a buy at a certain price, I'll just forget about it. Okay. and then I'll if it triggers, if it takes an hour, it takes 15 minutes, takes 2 hours, so I'm not sure I understand what you mean. There's no defined, every stock would be different. Does that make sense? I'm not 100% sure I know what you mean. How long do I normally wait for the trigger to hit? I mean, the whole beauty of setting either price alerts or conditional buy orders, say above a price, or maybe you want to put a conditional buy order below the below the current price because you're looking for a pullback to a certain price. I'll just put it there and I'll forget about it. And most of what I want people to do though is use the simulator to do all this. Before before you actually start trading live, and practice it. Okay, got to talk about racing, guys, and how important I think it is. And I really want to, well, there's one point I really want to emphasize, but let's just start from scratch, okay? Races always start from a topless window. Now, how you create, somebody asked me, well, what parameters am I using? Well, I showed you what I'm using, but of course, you can create a topless window with different parameters. Maybe you want a different price range. Maybe you want a different volume. Maybe you don't care about the stock being up at all today. Maybe you just, whatever happens, happens. Maybe you want to have a relative volume. Maybe, it's up to you. This is what I'm using though. Oh, Azar, I see, about the trade of the week. How long would I wait? Well, I mean, in theory, I mean, if it because the trigger I think was what, 475, but the price is right down here at 370. We're a Wednesday now. I mean, I guess if it triggered later on today, I mean, in theory, it's still valid. In theory, okay. But my guess is that it's not going to trigger. Anyway, so this is what my top list is based on. Okay. So before we had racing, the top list was, an interesting way to look at stocks. So if I wanted to see the stocks that were up the most from the close, each one of these column headers is sortable. So I could double left click rapidly, and now I can see the change from the close percent. So I can see that BWV, with all those other filter requirements satisfied, is up the most, 64%. This is a buyout. That's why I don't talk about it, the HIL. Okay. If I wanted to see the stocks that were up the most in the last 15 minutes, double left click, expand this a little bit so you can see. So LGVN is up 6% in the last 15 minutes. Okay. If I want to see the ones that are up the most from the open, it's opening price, and then what has it done since then? So this is this one, JCSE. So it's all well and good. Okay. Yeah, it's nice to have it's ranking the stocks, highest to lowest. But what do I do with it? Like, literally, what do I do with this? What is this telling me? All it's telling me is that this is up the most. But how do I use this to trade? Well, I mean, I suppose if I looked at Sava and I stared at that number of 30.4% and it started moving higher, 31, 33, 34, I could maybe say, oh, maybe I should be taking this trade or taking a look at it anyway. But how crazy would that be to have to stare at a bunch of numbers to see if they're moving? More importantly, just because this is up the most doesn't mean it's the best idea right now. What if SIGA, SIGA, monkeypox, right? What if SIGA at 5.3% all of a sudden, maybe some news comes out or for whatever reason, it starts to move. It's at 6%, it's at 8%, it's at 10%, it's at 15%. You'd never know. I mean, you can't be expected to eyeball all these stocks that are here and try to see if something is moving. That'd be crazy. Well, guess what? That's why we invented racing. Every race, I run 4-minute races. If you're going to ask me why am I running a 4-minute race, there's nothing scientific about it. I run a 4-minute race. I could have run a 2, a 5. I picked 4. That's just my, that's what I decided I thought I wanted to run a race on. So I run a race. It runs for 4 minutes. Once the race is over, another race will begin. And you'll notice what happens is that there is a winner. So as a stock, well, let me explain a little bit better here. Every race, when the race starts, all these stocks basically are even. So if one of these stocks down here, or even Sava or JCSC, if it starts to move again, yeah, you'll see it starting to get, to the top of the leaderboard. Okay, you will see that. So it's all relative to what the entire list is doing. Whatever stock is moving the most, you will start to see floating to the top of the leaderboard. Okay, it doesn't matter where it's coming from. It could be one of the top stocks right now, but it could be something that's buried down here. You'd never know though by trying to, analyze a list. So that is the absolute beauty of this. It's going to show you the stocks that are moving now. Now, I don't I know Dan, our CEO, he wants people to see Tesla and Apple and every one of these just to show people that, nothing wrong with trading Tesla and Apple if you want to, but these are not fast moving stocks. Okay. That's why we have them here. Very rarely are you going to see Tesla or Apple float to the top of the leaderboard because they're not going to be changing that much. That's the reason. Okay. But, you don't have to keep them in there. But he seems to think that, that is what people would like to see, just to show you that these stocks are really moving. And if you compare them to the Teslas and the Apples, if you're looking for fast moving stocks, well, these are the types of stocks you want to be looking at. I mean, again, this is not to say, if you want to trade Tesla and Apple and you can make money doing it, go for it. So what happens is a stock starts to move up on the leaderboard. Couple things. You don't have to wait for the race to be over to see who won the race. Okay. If you start seeing a stock moving up on the leaderboard, I'll click on this MDNA right now, see what's happening. It's a cheap stock, but see what's happening. Look at the volume that's coming in. Maybe something is really cool happening to this one. I don't know. I'd be looking left and saying, wow, look at this. If it can take out that 110 area, the next high, I can't see it quite, is 124. It's not wonderful. I'd rather have that candle below the current price and then be looking left and going, wow, this could get to 290, though the 200-day moving average is there. Okay. So, but that's how I'm analyzing this, quickly, just, at a quick glance. Would I want to take this trade right now? No, because I think it's got to take that out. And then if it does 111, it's not that far away from that high. So for me, it's not as nice as that JCSC trade, okay, where you had a ton of room. This is why you've got to practice trading, guys. I don't teach trading as such, okay? I have my own style, but you've got to practice trading. And that's why, the simulator is fabulous tool for you to practice trading before you commit money to the market. Kind of get a feel for what you like to see. How like if what you're seeing and you're thinking, well, it looks like a good trade, take the trade. And if it doesn't work, then I better adjust. Maybe not just on one trade, but if you take 10 trades in a row that look kind of the same because it's kind of the same setup, and you think that's a good looking setup, and they're never working, well, obviously you have to make an adjustment in your way of thinking. That's why you've got to practice trading. So what happens then, so if you get the idea then that this is a great way then to see the fast moving stocks without having to stare at this list. And then what happens is when a stock wins a race, first of all, a top 10 list is constructed for you automatically. And you'll see right here, number one position is that JCSE, and the 7 behind it means it won 7 races today. Next would be the BWV. It won 6 races today. This is a top 10 list that gets automatically constructed for you. How you can use it, I mean, obviously, I mean, these two stocks are probably going to be in play all day. So you can start looking at this one, and if you weren't in it, you might say, I wonder, maybe it may be interesting if it pulled back to a certain price. Okay, so you could drop, use the buy button and maybe drop it there and see, okay, if it pulled back to that price, maybe I should take the trade. Okay, practice it. Practice, practice, practice. I mean, this buy button is automatically set up for you. You don't have to do anything. Don't worry so much about where the stop is. I mean, you can, of course, raise the stop up right on the price on the chart, because what it's doing is it's putting the stop at the low of the day, which is typically not where I would put a stop, but just trying to get the mechanics down for you, because you can construct your own, when you get used to it, your own strategy with your buy, where you'd want to put a stop and all. But just to make it simple, we created a buy, like a strategy that you click the buy button and it's automatically just going to set the trade for you without your knowing, without having to do anything. Look at this one down here, phase, F-A-Z-E. You might look at that and go, okay, only one race a day. It's pulled back to that 10 SMA on that 15-minute chart. Will that hold? Maybe that holds. And if it starts bouncing off that, maybe I should take the trade. This is why you've got to practice. Okay. If you're wondering, well, why am I talking about the 10 SMA? It's something that Steve Gomez at Trade Ideas, he swears by it, on a 15-minute chart. Put that blue line as a 10 SMA, simple moving average. If a stock holds that and bounces off it, then it might be a good trade. Nothing is 100%. Practice it. Well, Raymond, you can do anything you want. Okay. I mean, but it's laid out. I mean, it says here's your suggested entry and there's your suggested stop. I mean, if you look at the question is the 5 swing picks for the strength. I guess it's front right here. Just give me a moment. I just want to answer that question. Swing pick. Excuse me. Swing picks. So this is this is an email that gets sent out. Excuse me. If you're a subscriber to Trade Ideas, all you have to do is click on the swing picks channel, and it's kind of laid out. I mean, I mean, if the entry is here, there's your stop. I mean, if you want to take the trade in between, I mean, nothing's stopping you from doing that. I mean, the question is, can I do this? You could, if it starts looking good to you. If it's part of your trading plan. But I mean, it's kind of laid out here. 305, there's your stop. So if you get, so the entry 305, your stop is 249. If it pulled back down to 270 and it started to move higher, I mean, I'm not saying you can't do it. It's up to you. So, when you ask, can I? Well, of course you can, but this is kind of how it's laid out. Okay. Just give me a moment. Okay, guys, but this is the real reason why this is the best thing that Trade Ideas has ever done. Okay. And it took me a long time to accept it. The real reason is this, and it's not, because I think people get the wrong idea. Well, okay, MOXC is, kind of winning a race right now. Do I take the trade now? Well, again, that's why you've got to practice trading. You've got to, look at a pattern and things like that. The biggest, most positive reason for using this is focus. Instead of creating all sorts of different alert windows and top list windows and clicking like mad, trying to set up every known type of setup to man or woman, okay? And clicking like mad and getting nothing done, this allows you to focus on one window alone, and it creates a watch list for you to keep track of all day long. It's the focus aspect to me, which is almost as important as the mechanics of what's happening. Okay? Sorry about that. Just had a bot to get rid of on our YouTube room. That is the for me, that's the most important part. I used to have, I used to preach about not having too many alert windows open, and you're going to have to make a decision. If you've got 10 alert windows open, it's way too many, way too many. And I know it's hard, to sometimes get rid of one of your favorite alerts, a scan that you've built, and you think, man, how can I get rid of that one? What if I get rid of it and then some fabulous stock would have appeared on it that I didn't see because I got rid of it? You know what? It's going to happen. But even myself, though, up until about 6 weeks ago, I had too many alert windows open. Even myself, even though I know better, when I first started excuse me, a subscription in 2010, I think I had 40 windows open, okay, because I didn't want to miss anything. Of course, I soon realized that I'm getting nothing done, clicking like mad and getting nothing done. So I, but didn't happen overnight that I got rid of. I kept looking, agonizing. Which one do I get rid of? Which one do I get rid of? Can't get rid of that one, you know. So it took me a while, but even myself, I was finding I was having too many alert windows open. When 6 weeks ago, I finally figured out how I could use this window to my advantage, the racing to my advantage. I deleted most of my alert windows, deleted them, just got rid of them all. So the only one I have now, I'll have my 10-day daily breakout. Look how many alerts I'm getting, and most of these ones, these are on the upside, are probably appearing here anyway. I like to have this one because if I want to short, this is a window that I'll certainly look at. But I admit I'm now I haven't shorted very much in the last little while just because of what's going on in the racing. And that's it. I mean, that is truly it, guys. So I can spend all day. If I weren't moderating a room, I would just be glued to this window and looking, clicking on things and saying, okay, is there an area where I might want to get back into this trade? Is there an area where this looks better? Okay, it's really, but that's why you've got to practice. And our simulator, it's in this window called Brokers Plus. Now, big caveat here: if you're using our web-based version, unfortunately, none of this is available to you. Okay, you have to be using our app, the downloadable application. Exactly, Emanin. The races help you focus. Well, best opportunities. For me, the best opportunities, because I'm looking for fast-moving stocks. Okay, so for me, but it just, because I'll almost guarantee that even the other alert windows, if I had some of the other alert windows that I used to have up, I'll bet you that most of the stocks are showing up here anyway. Okay, so there's no distraction. Excuse me. So look at ear as an example. There's the pullback, and now all of a sudden it's moving again. So you could have said to yourself, well, shoot, I missed this, and I missed that initial pop for ear. And so I missed it. And then you see it started moving up the leaderboard, and you click on it. And maybe when it was doing that, maybe it was at 280. Okay. And now you can look at it and go, taking out three again. What if it took out the high of the day, 316? I mean, could that maybe be a viable trade? Or do I want to take it now? That's why you've got to practice. And that's, yes. Well, that's why I want to talk about the simulator, okay? Because there's where you can practice your entries and exits. See how they work. And let me get Oh, Jose, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You had a question a long time ago. I'm so sorry. I remember seeing it. I'll answer it now. Okay. I'll talk about Brokerage Plus. So I know what you're talking about. Let me, I probably have not got it up and running. Yeah, show smart list. Okay, so let me get this big chart. The question was, this gradient that you see red and or green and red. Let me just get a big chart window up. Okay, what this is saying right here, if you took the SPY, if you took this trade right here, the SPY, and this would be any, if I type in Macy's, okay, ugly as Macy's. If I took Macy's right here at $20.88, the suggested stop would be down here at 2042. That's what that is telling me. Okay, that's all it means. It's a suggestion. Do you have to follow it exactly? How is it generated? It's a computer program that looks at the volatility over 15 minutes, the high and the low of the day, feeds it in, and it generates this smart stop. This will change every time when you click on an alert. So if Macy's got up to here, okay, and if Macy's were up here and you clicked on it, that smart stop would not be down there. It will be adjusted. Okay. It's going to generate the smart stop where you clicked on the alert. So again, let's take a look at Microsoft. And there's stocks that people know. If I took Microsoft at 290, there'd be my smart stop. But if I clicked on it, later on and the stop was at 300, that smart stop would be higher. Okay, so it's generated at the time when you click the alert. This target is nothing scientific. It's just basically you can see that green is basically double the height of the red. So if my smart stop, if I got into a trade and the stop was 50 cents away, then that would be $1 on top of the current price, 2 to 1. Okay, that's what that means. So it's a guide. Okay, let me try to catch up, Pete. Well, okay, the race tells me when the race started. Okay, so this race started 2 minutes ago. EAR is 5.4% above whatever price when the race started. It's at 313 now. It's 5.4% above whatever it was when the race started. Okay. Remember, so every stock starts there's just like any other race. Okay, so when the race starts, everybody is even. Everybody is even. So the one that is moving the most, the fastest, you'll see right at the top, and that's what that number means. So 313 represents a 5% move since the race started. Okay, answer your question, Green. And what is really cool is all of a sudden you might see a stock that's coming out of nowhere. We haven't seen it at all. It hasn't won a race at all today. Now the thing is, these are stocks that have won the race, but there are stocks that are still pretty good. They didn't win a race, but you can always click on something. It doesn't have to win a race before you click on it. What I'm really trying to say is that, and what I'm hoping that we can do down the road is we can't penalize a stock that finishes second 20 times, because we won't see it in this list, right? But it's obviously, if a stock finishes second 20 times, we should know about it in some fashion. So I've asked them down the road that maybe to show the top 3 stocks that finished in the top 3 overall during the day. So some stock, that finished second 10 times and third 4 times and first 1 time, you wouldn't see that stock, because in this list, because it only won 1 race. So we have to have a way to amass, the first, second, and third place finishers and find the ones that did that the most, and then have a list like that too. Now, cup and handle. Michael Noss was talking about that yesterday. He's the one who is creating the Market Explorer, and I thought he talked about cup and handle, pattern recognition. You might want to ask him. I don't look at cup and handle. I think he's trying to develop it. Okay. I don't know if, let me see if we have anything that says cup and handle yet. No, we don't have that in the pattern recognition. I know he's trying to develop it. Okay. So if you send something to support, trade-ideas.com, you'll probably get the same answer, because he was in our YouTube room yesterday and he was talking about developing a cup. And it's difficult, it's really difficult to program something like that. But he was talking about developing it, and that if it shows up, it'll be in this thing called Market Explorer window. Okay. And then you right click, and then you see the strategies that are here. And I don't see, that would be obviously in pattern recognition. So I don't see it here. So yeah, I saw what he was doing. I didn't, but it hasn't made it into the Market Explorer yet. Look left. So maybe it is already made, but it just hasn't made it into the Market Explorer yet. Okay, so Pete, the only thing I can think of, did you leave those overnight or something? They were already in there? So you didn't use the buy button, you actually put your own stop in? Well, let's, okay, I mean, can do all this manually also. So let's take a trade in BQ. Let's say 500 shares. I don't want to do that one because the spread is stupid. Let me do another one. Okay, so, well, it's not wonderful, but I'll buy 500 shares. I'll go in at the market, buy, send, in the trade. I'll put a stop. I mean, I hope I'm going to be able to. I'll put a stop at, I don't know, $3 or 320. So it's going to show up on the. So what you're saying is that in this particular case, I'm in at there's my stop at 320, and you're saying, as an example, it never hit 320 and yet it stopped me out. You'd have to send your log. I mean, I can't answer a question like that. I can't answer a question like that. I mean, because it's impossible for me to know why that would happen. You know, I'm watching this. I mean, is it possible there was a flash down you didn't see and then it popped right back up? I mean, but it's impossible for me to know that. I was thinking, okay, I'll keep this here and see what happens. But okay, guys, let me talk a little bit about money management. I haven't done this all week, so let me talk about money management for new traders, especially. But I want to get out of this trade. I'm going to get out of this trade. Let's say I wanted to take, okay, this trade. We're going to talk about the JCSC, okay? I'm going to buy, and I'm going to show you why I'm buying 500 shares, okay? I'm going to buy 500 shares. I'm going to buy it right at the market. The spread's okay. I'm going to buy it, and then I send. And we're just talking money management now. So entered at 354. I'm going to put a stop, and I'll explain why, at 3 34. I'll explain why I'm doing this. And you'll see on the chart, you'll see a red line which will appear, and it should say approximately minus 100, minus 97.50. Okay. So first of all, the way I trade is I'm actually looking for all sorts of reasons not to take a trade. I only want to take a trade if it can satisfy all of my criteria. Now, it doesn't really matter what my criteria is, okay? If you're going to say, well, what are yours? Because I want to, I want to mimic you exactly, okay? You really have to develop your own trading style. But I mean, some of the things that I like, a certain price range. I like stocks under $20. That may not be what you want. I want a certain minimum volume, a certain relative volume, things like that. So in general, though, unless I can check every box, I don't take the trade. Now, when you construct your list of things that have to be met, you can't have 100 of them, otherwise you'll never take a trade, okay? But so let's just say, okay, I'm able to check every box and I take the trade. Next step is, well, guess what? Just because I like the trade and it meets all my criteria, it doesn't mean the trade's going to work. The room's talking about it. It looks like it had great news. It was good earnings or some other great news, and it's not working. You can't believe it. Well, you have to be prepared to get out of the trade, okay, if it's not working. And that's, of course, that's what we call a stop. You have to manage your risk. So what I've done here is I put the stop 20 cents away on purpose, just to make the math super simple. I got into this trade at 354. I put the stop at 334. Now, how I usually put stops is I'll analyze, say, on a 15-minute chart, where I think there is a support area. And so if it broke down a support area, meaning a lot of action at a certain price, if it broke down through that price, I want to be out of the trade. Okay. If I were starting out, maybe what I would do is maybe put your stop at the low of the previous 5-minute candle. Why? It's a defined number. Just practice doing that, okay? Because it's a defined number. Support and resistance on a chart, my idea of support may be completely different from your idea. That's why we get the question a lot, do we have a scan for support and resistance? Well, you tell me what your support is on this chart, and 10 other people might have 10 different other ideas, as an example. So to make it super simple, put the stop at, say, the low of the previous 5-minute candle. So that's number one, to have a stop, okay? Have a stop. And your stop, if you have a $5,000 account, I hope it makes sense that you shouldn't be risking $1,000 a trade. So what I do in the simulator is I demonstrate a risk of $100 a trade. If the trade doesn't work for me in the simulator, the most I want to lose is $100. And how do I control that? Well, of course, there's the stop, and it happens to be, and why did I take 500 shares? I took 500 shares. Remember, I would know how many shares I'm going to take because I know where my stop's going to be. I know where my entry is. And if I take the difference between 354 and 334, that's 20 cents. And divide that into 500, that's $100. In other words, so the reverse, if I get stopped out at $3.34 with 500 shares, I'll lose $100 in the simulator. Okay? Can it be you? Yes. Question in our YouTube room. Can the web-based be used on the iPad? Yes. The web-based version can be used on the iPad. Yes. Any tablet. Okay. So that will control your risk. You have to have risk management when you trade. Okay. If you don't, yeah, you might get lucky. You might get into something not knowing anything, not putting a stop, and you might get lucky. Okay. But in my experience, and I had nobody telling me this when I started, not having a stop or even understanding where a stop should be, or even the concept of having a stop, man, you're just trading blind, really. I mean, it's that simple. So that's number one. Next, maybe even the hardest thing is to obey your stop. Because again, your ego can take over. You get into this trade, it looks awesome. And even there's some additional good news about it because one of my checklists is not having news or earnings or anything like that. It's a bonus, if it happens to be an earnings play and the market's reacting well, or it has some news, that to me is just a bonus, but it's not one of the criteria. But let's say again, you take this trade and there is that bonus and everybody's talking about it in the room and it looks exciting and whoops, it's not working. Oh, well, it'll come back. So instead of obeying your stop and getting a manageable $100 loss, that $100 loss now starts turning into 200, 300, 400, 500 before you finally sell at a far bigger loss than you wanted. And you kick yourself for not obeying your stop. Okay. It's number one. Almost as worse or as bad is not obeying your stop. You're down $200, $300, $400, and then it does turn around, and now you're up $200, $300, $400, and you congratulate yourself. See, I knew it would turn around. Can that happen? Of course it can happen. Of course that can happen. My experience, though, not obeying your stop, it's the path to ruination. Okay, seriously. In the old days, it was hard sometimes to get out of a trade because of the exorbitant commissions that people were having to pay. Difficult. You get out of a trade, and then even if you want to get back in, the commissions in the old days were really crazy. There's no excuse now based on commissions not to get out of a trade. Okay, you can always get back into a trade. In other words, you might be saying to yourself, well, maybe I was just a little bit early. And you get the same setup, kind of the similar setup for the stock later on. And so you can always try it again. Okay. So that's it, guys. Off my soapbox, practice trading. You know, I would try to make it simple because, that 5-minute low, the previous 5-minute candle, that happens to be, and it's a defined number. And I did say you congratulate yourself, yes. All right, guys. So it's 11:30 right now, almost 11:30. So, well, if Best Buy is going to do that, my favorite store in the world, buying hearing aids. And you see what happened, guys? So I left this in here. I left it, remember? I had to stop. Okay, so I wanted to check Pete, so it did take me out correctly. In this particular case, I can only speak for the JCSC. I wanted to do this to make sure, but my stop was at 334. It went through 334 and took me out for the loss. Remember, I was in this one earlier. That's why it doesn't say minus 100. So I don't know. I have no idea why it seemed to execute a stop when you're saying it didn't hit the stop price. Impossible for me to know. Now, one of the things I do also, I get into a trade. I've got to stop. If it starts approaching my stop, I can always get out earlier than just allowing myself to get stopped out. If I don't like the way it's trading, maybe the market's changing or something is happening and I just don't like it. I have a feel that I don't like it. I will get out earlier. I will get out of my stop. I will exit earlier than my stop price, but I will never not obey my stop. Never, never, never. Any losses that I take are going to be, manageable. The other thing I do is I try to keep my risk amount about the same every single trade. In other words, I'm not risking $1,000 one trade, 500 the next, 50 the next. I try to keep my risk amount about the same every single trade. So that's why in the simulator, I'm trying to demonstrate a risk of $100 a trade. The other thing is that if I were, well, I still do it myself. If you're new to trading, I would probably only be in one trade at a time. Okay, just be in one trade at a time, maybe a max of two. I'm typically in no more than two trades at a time. And even if I weren't moderating a trading room, you might say, well, that's why he can only be in two trades at a time because he's distracted, etc. No, even before I would always, the odd occasion I'd be in three trades at a time, but typically I'm in no more than two. All right, guys. So 11:31. I just want to confirm it's going to be Jamie in our YouTube room. Okay, so the ear is holding. I can see the ear is holding three now, guys. It's holding three. Okay. So the question is whether whether a company reports a profit or loss, how come the earnings report affects the company price? All right. Well, I'll pose this to you. If you're if you're a company that says, you know what, we lost a gazillion dollars and we're guiding really poorly for the next quarter, why wouldn't you think the stock price should go down? Okay. Or conversely, if a company says, hey, we had record profits this quarter and we're guiding even better in the next quarter, why wouldn't you think the stock would go up? It doesn't 100% have to happen, but I mean, doesn't that just make sense? How come the earnings report affects the company price? It's all about perception, guidance. Is the company growing quarter over quarter, year over year? All sorts of things. Why wouldn't it? Why wouldn't it affect this? Excuse me. Why would it not affect the stock price? And as far as QNRX is concerned, because we don't know, I mean, obviously there'd be speculators, looking at this and saying, okay, they're released tomorrow, pre-market. I never, ever, ever speculate on earnings. Okay, I'll never hold a stock through earnings because I just don't want to gamble. I mean, you could go to a bunch of websites and people say, oh yeah, I've heard they're coming out with great earnings tomorrow. Okay, but I don't gamble on that. But you'll get speculated. It's possible. I don't know if there's any other news. But people might speculate, say, "Oh, we think earnings are going to be good, so they popped the price today a little bit." But that's just pure speculation. Does that answer your question? I'd rather turn it around to you though. Why wouldn't you think it would affect the stock price based on the company earnings? If they were extremely good or extremely bad, why wouldn't you think it would affect this? Like, what else is going to affect the stock price? Other than, I mean, obviously companies can have news, between earnings reports and things like that, but earnings reports generally will affect the stock price dramatically. That's why when we're in earnings season, that's why you see, especially some of these little companies that release earnings, you get these dramatic runs. A company doesn't lose as much, especially these speculative companies. Company was projected to lose 50 cents a share, and they come out with their earnings and, hey, we only lost 20 cents a share. Whoopee! You know what I mean? The consensus was they might lose 50 cents a share. They only lost 20 cents a share. Positive. Okay, but a loss, but maybe the loss wasn't as big. Maybe they guided. It's all about guidance too. You can see, I mean, that's what, can drive people crazy when they try to analyze earnings reports. They look at the headline, record revenues. We did great, but then buried, not necessarily buried. We don't expect it to be as good next quarter though. It's all about guidance. Why would you buy a company if they're going to tell you, we don't think we're going to do as well next quarter? And why would you buy it? Because it's all about future expectations. And if they're telling me that, well, we don't think we're going to do as we did great this last quarter, we don't think we're going to do as well next quarter. In fact, we might even lose money. Why would you buy it? I mean, I'm not saying people won't, but in theory, that's how I'd be looking at it. No, don't send it to me, Pete. Don't send it to me. Okay. Send it to support at. I can't analyze it. Okay. What they're actually going to do is they're going to ask you to send your log. I can't analyze it though. Okay. That's out of my jurisdiction. Not that I don't want to try to help you, but I can't do it. It's not going to tell me anything by. So to send a log, help. I think help. Send files to support. But again, a screenshot won't help me at all. You might prove to me that it happened, but that's not going to help me. I was, interested to see what would happen on that one. The J. Oh yeah, yeah. Well, yeah. That's why they'll take a look at it. So look at this one now, guys. BWV floating to the top. No big percentage, but look what it's doing. Okay. And you see now as a watch list to follow the ones that have won, races and just keep track of them. What is B? Is it just resting now? What if it takes out this area of 460 or 450 or something? Can that get it going? I mean, it's just sort of resting. Look how it's holding that 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. TPG. Okay, little pop here. Yeah, you can see the volume coming in. Whew. And the confirmation, it will be Jamie in our YouTube room. So in about 20 minutes, before I take my break, I will put the YouTube link in so you can head over and listen to Jamie between 12 and 1. You're gonna ask him questions. I mean, he has, a different take. He might have different races that he's running. We all have our styles. And that's why, you have to develop your own style. Oh, this pets is interesting, guys. PETZ. Why? Red bar ignored. Ah, missed it. Red bar ignored. Where could it go to? What was the high yesterday? 397. So got a little bit of room to four, a little bit of room. You hear us talk sometimes about red bar and green bar ignored. Let me just bring up this chart window. I'll show you what I'm talking about. So let's bring up pets, PETZ. This can be a powerful mover. Not 100%, of course. Nothing is 100%, but you look at pets, look at the 15-minute chart. See that green? Let me get it really big so you see that big green candle there. See that red candle there? Next one, totally engulfed by the previous green candle. Next candle is green, moving above the high of that price, which was 360. That can not 100%, of course, can turn into a nice long trade. So the theory, I'd like to see a little bit more, like several more green candles in a row. But the theory is this, you have a trend, you have a pause in the trend continues. That's the theory. I'd like to see this is more of a pause right there. But if you had two or three green candles in a row, and then you had that red candle, and then another green candle, you could say, well, wow, the trend was really up. And then there's just a pause, and this can be a very powerful indicator. And that is a red bar ignored. It doesn't matter the time frame. And then a green bar ignored would just be the reverse. So imagine having a red candle moving down, and then the next candle is green, totally engulfed by that red candle. And then the next candle is red after that. So, a pause in the downtrend. Yeah, you want to label a micro pullback, but this is typically called, what we call anyway, green and red bar ignored. And I wanted to get it right there, and I just missed it. And we don't know how. And the other thing is when I looked at the daily chart, so I mean it's got some room. Yesterday's high was 397, so I mean it's got some room. Had I been able to get it at around that 363 mark, which I was trying to, if it moved anywhere close to 4, that'd be great on a percentage basis, but I just didn't get it. Yeah, so we do have, I don't use it because we do have this in the premium RBI and GBI. You can try it, RBI in the 5-minute, 15, 30, 5, 15, and 30. The problem I have with this, and quite frankly, anything in the Market Explorer is I can't put enough filters in here to make this worthwhile for me, but you can try it. You'll see, you'll get a real-time alert. So you can put a minimum price, max, and the minimum volume, and you can try it, see what sort of alerts you get. But again, I'm not getting, I'm not going to add anything more. I'm just watching this. I'm not deviating. Typically what happens is I'll click on an alert and I'll see it, okay, on the chart. I'll see it on the chart. So I don't really care about getting an alert for it. I just know I can see it on a chart. So, all right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I am now back. Now, here's one we haven't seen. I don't think I haven't seen X Cur, moving up on a list. So let's see what's happening with X Cur, XCUR. So wow, I mean, some of these look at some of these stocks that if they ever get rolling, look at the room they've got. Now, one of the cool things also is that let's just say you can't trade today. So what happens is you can do a replay of any race you've got. So I would wait, of course, till 4 o'clock Eastern time. I think there's an auto replay set that if you want. And what will happen is in 6.5 minutes, it'll run through the whole day. Basically, 1 minute per hour, 9:30 to 4 o'clock, 6.5 hours. So 1 minute per hour. And you'll see, and it'll just basically run through everything that happened in 6.5 minutes and construct that top list for you. So if you miss a day, but you want to see, well, what were the active ones today? Because listen, you can look at a list like this and you might say to yourself, well, this BWV, I mean, I should be watching this tomorrow also, maybe. Okay. The JC, I mean, I don't know. I mean, you have to wait and see what happens. But I mean, I'm going to be watching this JCSC tomorrow because look at the room it's got still. I mean, this could be the first day of, of a recovery. Don't know for sure, but so that's why this watch list can turn into something that you can also track the following day. And if you look here, I just want to duplicate my, see, auto start. So what'll happen is if you do check that, then the race, when the market's closed at 4, assuming it depends when you want your race to run to, because this also works. Let me just show you. This also works post market, guys. This one right here. So as long as well, the way I've got it set up, this will keep running in the post market, so you can see the stocks that are really moving after hours also, if that's what you're into. It's just this. There's no settings for after hours, Vinay. There's no settings. This will just keep working. So if you have this, then it'll just keep working after hours. If you've got my race, then it'll just keep working after. Do you have this? Did you take it from my homepage? But it's really just a matter of, okay, so you've got it then, yeah, because it's just a matter, oops, of when you want the race to run to. Or so 6 o'clock. So I'm running this 9:30 to 6, so that's Eastern time, of course. So it'll keep running normally every 4 minutes, and then after that, it'll if I check the auto rerun, then it'll only look though for the 6.5 minutes of the market hours, nothing after hours. If that makes sense. Nope, nothing to change. So the question is, why do I choose these small low float names? It's not that I've chosen it. I haven't put a filter on, okay, for low float. Well, because I'm just somebody who wants to see stocks that have like can move, a decent percentage, Jason. And it happens that most of the time, but look at this one, not low float, BBIG, 219 million in the float, but it's up 44%. So it's not that they're only low float, but typically for a stock to be at 44%, it usually is going to be a low float. I just like to see stocks that are, that move a lot. That's all. That's a personal preference. Apple is not going to do it for me. Okay. It's just not going to do it for me, moving 0.12%.
Hello, Barry. Test
But
1, 2.
that's that's just myself. I do have the same race that is designed for larger caps. I can give that to you. I don't use it, but I constructed it just in case people who don't like these ones that are pretty, they can be pretty volatile.
Barry.
Is that you, Jamie?
Yes.
I don't see your name, but I see the Trade Ideas Educational Channel, so that must be you, Jamie, right? Oh, wait a minute. I might have the site on mute. Just give me a moment. Just give me one moment. Unmute site. There we go. So I've unmuted the site. So I'll shoot.
Hello.
Okay. Hey, there you are, Jamie.
Hey, I'll be right back. My phone's going crazy in the other room. I forgot it. I'll be right back.
Okay. I was just talking to Jamie in our YouTube room. So guys, I will give you the YouTube link. Jamie's going to be right back in our YouTube room. And so I'll give you the YouTube link.
Okie dokie. I have returned.
You have returned, General MacArthur. You have returned.
Yes.
So history for you there. Do you want to take over right now, or do you
Yeah, I'll
want
tell you
to?
what, I'll take it 5 minutes till, Barry, because I got a small errand to run at the top of the hour. So if you can be back at 5 till, that'd be fantastic.
Yeah, I'll do it. Okay, Jamie.
Okay,
Thanks a
let
lot.
me get my screen up here.
Okay, I'll just make sure I mute myself.
Okay, and we should be good to go. All right, Barry, enjoy your break, and we'll see you back here in about an hour. And hello to all of you. Let's see. Yeah, we got a little bit larger than normal crowd due to the test drive. So welcome to all the regulars. And if you're new and taking part of the test drive, welcome to my desktop. My name is Jamie. I'll be your MC for the next hour. And so for those of you who might be new, this is the hour that we allocate every weekday for the live support session, where you can come get questions answered about trade ideas, just anything TI related. So if you have a question, just use that chat panel to get it out there, and I'll do my best to answer. One moment, please. Okay, just wanted to find my pin. It'll pop up here in a moment. Okay, so welcome everybody. If you have a question, just use the questions panel to get it on out there. Interesting day, finally getting that pullback that everybody was anticipating. Of course, the market pushed it a few days further than what most people, well, not necessarily. Just kind of draw a line there on my daily. You can see, boom, look where we pulled back right at the top of this little area right here. Currently acting as a little bit of supply and a perfect kiss to the 200-day moving average as well. But what a nice little run we have had. Having said that, and it being a red day, I will say that I did find some pretty good long opportunities today, all based around the races that you see right here. Not so much this one over here, but primarily from these two guys right here. And if you notice the title of this race, this is change in 1 minute, and this is change from the open. Thus far, since we came out with the races, these are my two favorites. Okay, so I just see my comments in the chat panel. So can someone can someone say hi or yes, we can see and hear you, just so I know my chat panel is working properly? Okay, thank you, Pete. So you can see and hear, fantastic. Just a little quiet there, so just want to make sure no technical difficulties. Thank you, Kelton. Okay, so no questions right now. So I tell you what I'm going to do here. The races haven't been out that long. I can't even remember how many weeks, since we've had the first versions of these things hit. So what I'm going to do is pull over this top list here. Now, take note of the name of the top list right here. My liked symbols. Okay. Now, this is a top list, and what it allows you to do is as you're scrolling through charts, say I pull up NNBR here. Let's say I wanted to keep an eye on that. all I would have to do is click the little heart in the chart, and it's automatically going to add it to this list for me. If I want to remove a symbol, I just remove the heart. Next time the top list updates, it's going to remove that symbol. So it's a quick and easy way to monitor not only the stock races, but any other stock that you want to keep an eye on. So right now, we don't have the ability to automatically populate a list with a symbol every time it wins a race. So this is what I'm doing in the meantime. Maybe, hopefully, we'll get that functionality in the not too distant future. Hello, Sahar. Andrew asking about Kirk. All right, we'll put this on hold for a second. And this one was all over my scans yesterday as well. And if we expand out the daily here, been in the death throes for a while, but let me just grab one of these guys and put it down here. Notice yesterday, boom, popped above that level, couldn't close above. And now we're pecking at it once again, right? So 2 key levels here. Here we are, boom at the top of that candle and coming up here back from May, running to a little bit of potential supply and resistance. Notice how we wicked above that area. Put one more line here. But what we need to see is a nice little close up in this area. But Kirkland definitely getting some action. Decent short float. If we look down here in the single stock window, that's a pretty spicy short float of 25%. And this is also, heard Barry talking about low floaters, 11.15 million shares in the float. That's definitely what we would consider a low float stock. And typically, me and all the people around here usually are going to consider 20 million shares or less to be a low float stock. Of course, 25 million, not too bad. 30 million, not too bad. But that's typically the litmus test, 20 million or lower for a low floater. And the premise being that when volume does come into a low float stock, there's simply less shares to go around. So when volume comes in, those things can really have some large percentage moves. No problem, Andrew. And look at the volume over here on Kirkland today, 15.24 on the relative scale. Not too shabby. Let's see. I can't find a table scanner. Also, the value of the trader. I think you're referring to the A table, Sahar, right? A table top list. If so, I haven't had that one as an active window in a while. That's a window that Steve Gomez created quite a while back. I know I probably have the original version in my cloud here. So is this the one that you were referring to, Sahar? The A table? And hello to you as well, David. If this is it, which I think it is, A table scanner, I will drop the cloud link in here for you. And there's the cloud link for the A table. All right. Let's see here. Kelton, can you define wins a race? Sure. So right now, these are, looks like LX is just about to win a race here. We'll see. It's going to be close between LX and LSF, it looks like. Let's just see who ends up winning. It looks like Sava might pull it out from behind. Okay, so Sava just won a race. Okay, now notice the title here, 1 minute change. So if I'm looking at stocks that are moving the most in a 1 minute period is what I'm focusing on here. But if I right click and say show race setup, you'll see these are 1 minute races. So simply put, once this race starts, the stock that wins or that moves the most in the 1 minute period is going to be the winner. So you can see these are all stock race winners from this race here. So Sava has won 6 races, G-Box has won 2, INKT, and this is simply showing me all stocks that have won races. So if I kind of scroll back and forth here, I can see JC SE here, and Barry was just talking about this one because of the massive room that it has. It's won 17 stock races. Now, coincidentally, you can see from my Brokers Plus activity, I bought JCSE here shortly after the open. I was monitoring it and noticed the high that it put in this candle right here, 322, which is right up here at the top of that wick. And then once it broke this range right here, I took another stab at it. I bought some more, sold it here and here. Now, what Barry was talking about earlier is when we look to the left over here, look at that big daily candle that it had. And it started to, that's why we're seeing these wicks right here. It's trying to get into that area. And boy, if it does get into that area with some oomph, well, anything here is fair game, right? Because this is also a stock with limited, I do believe that's, yeah, we might have a little potential supply going way back here, okay? But this is the first area that I'd look to as an area of interest. If we do get out of this area right here from 340, that could be a nice little 1 point move. And if we get through this area back here with a little bit of conviction or some oomph, well, it really does start putting these next little areas in play here. Very interesting. This is one that I'll continue to watch not only today, but moving forward. How do I ID the stop line via open positions in Holly? Now, Webster, is that just a question about how do you see the stop loss areas for Holly? How do I ID the stop? Okay, yeah. All right, so I just pulled Holly's trade blotter over here. Okay. Now let's see here. Let's just look at one that is still open in conservative mode here. That'll be the ENVB long. Okay, so notice this is my 15-minute intraday chart. Entry up here was 710 for Holly. Trade's not working, but the stop is right down here on the right margin. You can see right here, 656. So you'll see the corresponding red line with you know, the target number in the red block over here. So does that make sense, Webster? Now, additionally, as a column, we've got entry price. Let's right click here. Let's check out our available columns. Stop price. If I wanted to view the stop price in a column, I could see it right here. Let's see, where's it going to hide it for me? There we go. So I can also view the stop price for once again E and VB. Notice 656 right here if I'm displaying a stop price column coinciding with what you see right here on the chart. Okay, right. So you can see it on the chart, or you can right click, go to columns, and you can see it right here. I just added stop price column. I'll just expand that out. 656 here, coinciding with 656 here on the chart. So if you want to see it, the numerical value on your AI trade plotter, you just need to add the stop price column. So that's how we can do that. Okay, I don't know why my messages are duplicating here. All right, Kelton, just checking out your question. None of your charts have the red to green chain range running up and down the right side. One of mine always does when I open. Okay, so there are options that you can select. And I think if I right click here and go to properties, are you talking about this shaded area right here, Kelton? Red to green range running up and down the right side of the graph. And I've got just about everything checked here except dark theme, right? Oops. Well, I didn't know that would erase my colors. Huh. How about that? I guess if you have a custom color, like I've got my gray gradient here, all I did is select dark and went back and it made it white. Okay, fair enough. We'll just kill you, duplicate you, and go back to 15 over here. So you're talking about this side over here, Kelton? And to your question, Webster, is it the same stop for all three targets? The stop loss and the profit target is only applicable to conservative profit mode. So there are differences between conservative profit mode, moderate, and aggressive. Okay. So conservative is always going to show you the exit reason right here. That's going to be your conservative exit. And that's either going to be a stop loss was triggered, a profit target was triggered, or a timed hold expired. Okay, so profit target, stop loss, or timed hold. And then there's two audibles the AI can call to get out of a winner or a loser early. Getting out of a winner early is profit save. Getting out of a loser early is reduced risk. Now, we don't see any reduced risk as of today. So there are actually 5 reasons why the AI can exit on a conservative exit. Now, when we're talking about moderate profit, then we're talking about only a stop loss, okay? Otherwise, it'll stay in it for the remainder of the session. But if the stop loss gets hit, boom, just like the Kano trade, then the trade is done. Now, having said that, it will continue to update moderate profit column, right? A lot of the times, well, I can't say a lot of the times, but sometimes when we see the AI get stopped out of something, and I doubt this is going to be a good example of a trade around, it was a short, and notice how the stock is acting at the stop area. It's just kind of hovering around right here. little bit too far of an excursion. But let's say when we got stopped out, it really hugged that line pretty tightly, acted like it didn't want to go much further past the stop. A lot of the times those stops can act as, in this case, of a little short-term area of supply or resistance. And sometimes if we see the AI get stopped out, we can make an entry around the stop area using that as a backstop, whether it's a long or a short, and sometimes get a move in the other direction. But not the case with this guy today. And lastly, over here for aggressive profit, that's just opening the position and holding it to the close. Okay. Thus the term aggressive. And that is for advanced people only who can sit and watch all day. Or if you have to get up, I guess you could set a stop. But in any case, aggressive is simply showing you what happens to these positions if you open the position and just let them work with no stop loss, no profit target. Yeah, that might be true, Kelton. Just with different color schemes, sometimes things look a little different. But let's find the stock that the AI is not in. Well, I thought I had my, okay. If I come down here and say show smart risk levels, right? Then this is what you're talking about right here, Kelton. I'm pretty sure, right? See, I just didn't have mine active. But if you right click, go to properties, and then go down to smart risk levels. Oops, I guess I just killed it. There we go. I unchecked it. That area disappears. I check it. Boom, it pops back on. So I think that's probably what you were referring to. And these are just going to give you, profit and loss recommendations based on each individual stock. I just prefer to have my chart a little cleaner, so I don't really keep those up there. Yes, you were right. Look left. I'm pretty sure. Okay, I don't know why my questions panel is kind of freaking out here. I have to backtrack to see the questions. Okay, Teddy, do you have the same approach to buying a few winners with stops below the low of the pre-market? I've done that before, but typically the way that I'm approaching the market, especially on the open, and especially since I'm pretty much gearing all of my trades around race winners, okay? And you might be asking yourself, well, why are you doing that? And the answer would be this. And I'm just going to kind of circle back around to what I was talking about earlier. All right. Boom, the market opens. These are both 1 minute races. So I've got things to look at 1 minute into the open. You know, see the first two stock race winners of the open today on these guys. I forget what they were. Maybe, yeah, it's not keeping them in that order. But here's what I've been doing, okay? What I'll do is I'll quickly eyeball the chart. If it looks like it has a little bit of promise, I'll go ahead and pop into a micro lot live through Brokerage Plus, okay? Micro lot meaning just something very small that I don't have to worry about if I'm not looking at it and it goes against me. It's not going to be a big deal. But a micro lot is different to every person. A micro lot might be 10 shares, might be 5 shares, might be 2 shares, might be 1 share. But it's just something to get on your live blotter. The premise being that's probably the window that you're looking at the most. We've all got our alert windows and our races, but one thing's for sure, you're always going to be paying a lot of attention to your open blotter. And if you get a little bit of skin in the game with a micro lot, then your chances of missing the setup in that stock are going to decrease. Now, having said that, making entries in the first 5 minutes is kind of an advanced technique because you can make a lot. You can also get ran over. That's why I'm doing just little starter positions to keep my attention, right? And sometimes you get a big mover off the open. Um, let's see here. Let me just try to find an example here. Okay, here's Sava, right? Now Sava was already kind of on my mind because Michael Noss, who's our CMT, resident CMT here, had been talking about it for a couple of days. Also, from a swing trade perspective, and talking about the short float that you see right here, 30%. Not too bad. Certainly no BBBY showing over 100, but still a 30% short float is significant, all right? Meaning people have been betting against the stock, selling it and hoping that it goes down. So Sava was one of the first race winners today. So what did I do? I took a little bit right here. And if we go look at if we look at the smaller time frame here in the 5 minute period, let's stretch this out a little bit. Okay, 5, 10, 15 minutes in, took a little piece. I like the action. We had a little bit. Let's see what was the range in that bar. Let's see, the high was 25.97, the low was 23.75. So we had a nice move there. Okay. Nice gap, nice move up in that opening 5 minutes. And we get this nice little sideways action. After my first buy, another 5, 10, 15 minutes passes. It's still nice and well, let's just say that's nice consolidation activity. Okay. So I went ahead and took a little bit more here. And this was the high right here. Okay. It's range bound, moving sideways. What might happen as it moves in its range? Before this had occurred, right? Let's just pretend we're only seeing this part right there. I'm like, okay, well, if this one keeps going sideways and breaks this high right here, well, that might be another good, time to buy, beef up the size because we know it's winning some races. It's acting properly, run up, little sideways action, and then slowly but surely, about 30 minutes into the open, we break this nice tight opening range right here. Okay. So, it was on my radar. I was stalking it, put that high in, said if it comes over here. Matter of fact, I went ahead and set a stop as an entry. Okay. If it breaks, that was 26.97. You don't have to sit there and watch it like a hawk. You just go, hey, I'm going to use a stop order to get me in some more if it prints 26.98. And that's what happened right here. So I took a little bit off the table here. And I was like, okay, might have a little trouble getting through 30. Of course, looking back here at where it might go. And of course, I didn't expect that big of a pullback, but I think that's mainly due to the nature of the market today. But, you know, it moved well. I left money on the table, but that's okay because look what happened. It was a tight setup, 1, 2, 3 entries. Of course, I scaled out in 2 exits. That's why you're only seeing 2 sell arrows there. But it was a nice trade. It was pretty much a day maker right there on Saba. Now, notice that it's in my list over here, right here. So for the first 15 and 30 minutes, every stock that would win a race, I would just click my little heart, and that way it shows up on my top list. So I have micro positions on my blotter, so I'm keeping an eye on all these stock races. I've got my top list, monitoring them as well. And then, of course, you have to give it a little bit of time. I'm usually using 5 minute candles. So this little pattern right here took about 30 minutes to play out. JCSE, pretty much the same song and dance. Took a little bit right here in the opening 5 minutes. It put in a high at 15. What did I do? Did the same thing. Took the high of that candle right there, which was 271. Said, okay, if it prints 272, I'd like some more, please. And that's what you see right here. Sold some here, sold some here, right? But definitely going to keep it on my radar in case we get a good close today, which maybe, maybe not. Right, Teddy. Opening up micro lots in the first, right off the bat. I mean, of course, we can eyeball the chart, and if it looks really good, you can take a bigger position. But it's just my methodology. Okay. And it's something I've been, trying to hone for about, well, ever since the races came out. It just takes a little bit of exposure. You have to get used to everything. So the micro lots are primarily for tracking, so I don't lose track, right? And then using this methodology, like we just looked at in Sava and JCSE, is the way that I'm applying it. Micro lot here for tracking. Let the pattern develop. Okay. And, this is one of my favorite patterns to begin with anyway, an opening range break. It's just notice all the relative volume levels, okay? JCSE 104, 61, Sava, which is it's $1 billion market cap, right? Not that big of a float, but it's rocking 35.79. The only two stocks that I've been watching, and of course Megal was my uh, losing trade today, showing you the winners. Buy, buy, buy here. Let's see. Uh, Sold it here, right? I knew I probably should pass on Megal because the volume was lacking, right? But hey, that's just that was just a bad call on my behalf because I did really well in Megal the other day to the long side. I'm like, yeah, I'll go ahead and take a stab. Turns out I probably shouldn't have done that. But here's the interesting thing, you know, on a day where we have the red action, you know, and the down day, the gap down, and just some flopping around in this range, out of, let's see here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. I took 14 trades today, all from the races, and not a bad day. I'm up. I'm up okay. Now that's even with the mega loser here, Um, but hey, you're gonna have your winners, you're gonna have your losers. I mean, it's a very rare occurrence that you don't have any losers, right? It's part of the game. Here was a nice one. Didn't really didn't really take advantage of the pop here, and in hindsight, turned out okay, but still had a decent entry on the open and still made a little bit of money on it, right? But once again, this is the same type of setup. This one would have went and we'd be about flat in it. If we would have taken that additional entry here, would have went from what 316 and change up to 336, and we'd be flat on it. But not a bad move in ear. Cog T. Let's see what I was looking at here. I was pretty much just looking at this candle action here. Took a little bit here, sold some there. But all in all, the big winner was Sava. JCSE was second. Ear, Cog T. Took a little bit of B big as well. This thing just kind of petered out though. Never really could get going. So the methodology is pretty simple. Take some micro lots, get some stuff on the blotter so you pay attention to it. Start building your list over here. And then after the first 15, 20 minutes, I'm typically, I'm still on 5-minute candles. I'm watching for the ones that might potentially set up. All right, is there any correlation with the relative volume or volume values with your winners in the time you've been testing this? Yes, Teddy, and that's a great question, okay? Because volume, high relative volume is, it's not the holy grail. Just because something's doing massive volume doesn't necessarily mean it's going to do anything. And interestingly enough, look at this race right here, which is the same one as this one right here, positive change from open. It's just that if I go into the top list, you're going to notice a really crazy value in the relative volume. Look, 5,000. Okay. And you might be going, what? Why would he ever use 5,000 as relative volume? Well, even if a stock isn't going to be in play for the day, it could very well have crazy relative volume off the open for whatever reason. There's always a volume surge on a lot of stocks and they just kind of quiet down. So when you're looking for high relative volume on the open, it's got to be a lot bigger than what you're used to. Okay. So I've got these two windows sitting off to the side, and I have been in some pretty good trades off of these stocks. Now, not today though, because when you look at the chart here, who wants to trade something like that? But nonetheless, it's traded 500,000 shares today and is showing a volume of over 5,000. Okay, so when I see these, I just kind of like, I don't pay any attention to them. But sometimes I'll see some really liquid stocks show up on that mega high volume, and they can really get moving if there's a nice setup there. Now, that's the extreme version. But notice none of these races have anything to do with the relative volume. I'm just simply watching stocks that are winning races moving the most in a 1 minute period and stocks that are moving up the most from the open. None of these top lists have anything, maybe like a requirement of two, right? But when we look over here and we see these massive relative volume numbers, well, then yes, there is a correlation between stocks that are winning my races and high volume. Now, that's an attribute in my book because, you know, when I start to see these setups like Sava today, and we've got that massive volume behind it, then the chances of the stock doing what you think it's going to do increase. Okay. It's no guarantee that just because the volume is there, it's going to do anything. But when you combine high relative volume with something that keeps winning races, and then we have a setup or a pattern that may also emerge, well, then you have something good. You just strung together three gold stars, right? It's a race winner. It is doing high relative volume, and you've got a pattern that might emerge, right? And that's always three good things to have, three good characteristics in a trade setup. So Teddy, I hope that covers that topic for you. Kelton, as far as your question goes, is there any level two data provided? No, sir. That's we do not provide level two data, simply because just about every trading platform out there um, already does that. So not really our cup of tea. Hello, Ethan. Sometimes there are top pickers on top gainers watch list, but don't even make it to the race. So you're talking about one of the top lists from a channel, right, Ethan? Um, and that's a good observation. And just because something that is up the most on the day might not necessarily be winning my 1 minute race, right? So that is a good observation. Just because it's on the top gainers list, and I'm assuming you're talking about change from open, because change from close, if you're not using that column uh, in your race, then it is possible that something that is up big might just be flopping around in a range and not really making any big moves from whatever column you're referencing in your race, because we can set it up to look at whatever column we want to. And when I'm talking about columns, if I just go into configure on a random top list here, okay, you can monitor a race by any of these filters that you can also install as a column. So any filter can be installed as a column. Therefore, any filter we can use to be the primary column in any race. So it is totally possible. So Ethan, did what I say just make sense there? Let's see here. So for example, if I pull up the explosive winners, well, that doesn't have a top list. ETF. So Ethan, I was trying to find the one, I swear my list from top change from open. They're even on my race list. Okay, so is it a top list that you configured, or did you grab it from a channel? Because if you grabbed it from a channel, I can just pop it out and we can play around with it. So if we take a look at my top list right here, which is change from open, right? Positive change from open. There's my change from open column. All right, that's the largest, BWV, right? BWV, ear, all these guys. I know that JCSE, ear, BWV. We can also do this. We can right click and just say, show me the top 10 winners, right? So there's BWV, ear, LX. Yep, there he is. JCSE is on there for sure. AKU may have shown up. It's just not one of the top 10 guys. So do you have your race pointed to a similar setup like what you see here? Notice it's based on change from the open, and then we sort via the delta value. Curious as to why BWV is not on the Momo scans. I'm just shooting from the hip here, Webster, but more than likely, if something's not showing up, it's probably one of the filters in the respective window not being met, because we always have to remember, if we have filter sets in play, in this case, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 filter settings. They work in the all or none capacity. So a lot of the times, if we think something should have shown up and it hasn't shown up, many times it's one of the filters not being met. And if one of them is not met, well, then it nullifies the whole filter set. And sometimes it's just by a very small margin that filter did not get met. Okay, great. Here come the spam bots. No problem, Webster. UEC. Yep. Was kind of hoping that 200 day would catch it. Looked like it was yesterday, and then whoosh. And I had a small position in that, but I'm certain it's been stopped out. Happens. Ah, okay. Arc. Yeah. One of the most talked about ETFs ever. What did we top out at it on ARC? 153, 159, somewhere around there. That is true, tech chapter. Heck, if you can just win a little over 50% of the time, it's fantastic. Assuming your winners are slightly bigger than your losers, that is. Yeah, and Teddy, if you've been played with a lot of losers here lately, I mean, it could be several things. Maybe you're just off. Maybe you've been breaking your rules. There are a lot of things that can get us as traders. Um, but the most important thing is having a methodology, having a system, sticking to your rule set. If you're sticking to your rule set and you're still getting more losers than you'd like, well, then it might be time to kind of refine the strategy that you've been using, or maybe changing some things up. Okay, scrolling the questions panel. I don't think I've missed anything, but if I did, just go ahead and pop it back in there. All right, I do believe we're pretty caught up. Any additional advice for option traders? That is true, Ethan, because typically if a stock is in play and the volume is high, you're going to see, well, actually, I said that in reverse. If options volume is high, typically you're going to see high volume in the underlying equity as well. So it's been a while since I took a peek at this top list, but let me pull it up here. Options radar. First and foremost, as far as filters go, we do have a limited offering of options filters. So if I just go to the search field, type in the keyword, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 options filters. I have to say probably the one that I like the most is options volume today is a percentage. Since it's a percentage filter, 100 is normal, right? And this is looking at combined put call activity, so total options volume. And of course, all I've done is display these as columns, and I'm sorting by that one, options volume today. So remember, 100 is normal options volume. So NVT apparently is doing 50 times normal options volume. But it looks to all be calls because 4,000 calls have traded and only 7 put contracts have been traded. Now, does that mean the stock's going up? No, because people associate a call, you're betting on upward price momentum, but keep in mind for every buyer, there's somebody that's selling you that call, so they're actually taking the other side, right? But if you see the right setup, anytime you see massive call or excuse me, options volume going on, look over here. And this is the anomaly right here. I got to say, we've got 50x options volume going on in NVT, and we've got relative volume of 0.7, not even 1. Amazing. Same thing with BSV. 29 times normal options volume, did just the opposite over here. It's all puts. Now, this is what I'm typically used to seeing. 20x options volume in SNY. You got a fair amount of puts traded, you got a fair amount of calls traded, and you have relative volume of a little over 5. This one's interesting. Hey, look, it's Sava. Big options volume, only about 11 times normal, but that's nothing to sneeze at, and accompanied with 30, almost 35 on the relative volume side. And of course, Ethan, same song, same dance as playing the equity, playing those options. Typically, people are going to either play slightly out of the money, right? So if the stock does get above the strike price, you get more of a dollar for dollar move. That's where you can get, really big bang for your buck. Of course, options are a little riskier as well. I forget the exact percentage. It's either 90 or 95%, but 90 to 95% of all options contracts expire worthless. So if you'd like me to, Ethan, I can drop for anybody else that might want this options radar top list. I'll drop the cloud link in the chat.
Hey, Jamie, I'm here early if you want to take off,
I
but
thought I heard some clicky clicky. I was like, is that Barry?
that's me. That's me. Now, interestingly, what you said, and Michael Noss says sort of the same thing, that 95% of option contracts expire worthless.
Mm-hmm.
So consequently, how does anybody who wants to play options that is not, say, I don't know, a hedge fund or something, how do they make money?
Well, let's say you sold a bunch of calls and kept the premium, okay?
Hmm.
And the other party is not in the money, so they're not going to exercise the options against you. But you still took in that premium, right?
So it's all about the premium then. It's not that, okay, I buy this call option at 130 and it rips up to $5 and I sell for that. It's not typically that. It's somebody, I know nothing about, I mean, I know what the definition is. I think I could even execute an option trade within IB, but I have never traded options in my life.
Right. What you just
So,
said there, let's say a stock's hovering around $5, say it's at 490 or whatever. So $5 calls are technically out of the money because it's not at the strike price of 5, right?
mhm,
So you're buying it in hopes that your strike price, gets hit or goes way above it. So you buy the $5 calls, then the stock goes to 10. So once that strike price is crossed, a lot of the times you almost get dollar for dollar movement. So you might have paid a quarter for those options, but boom, you ended up making 10, 20, 30x. What makes more
right.
sense? Are you going to sell the option and lock in your profits? Or are you going to exercise the other party and make them deliver the shares to you in hopes that the stock is still there by the time you take delivery? Because it might be all the way back down.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So most of the time, you're just going to take your money. You're not going to exercise the option, even if it's in the money, right?
I
Um,
see, I see. I see what you mean.
hmm
Okay. But it seems that I bet I know a lot of people want to play. I mean, I don't know what the real reason internally, and when I say internally, in my head, why I'm not ever wanting to play options. I guess I don't. I mean, it requires obviously got to study it, and just like any other thing, I just been more comfortable just playing the stock or buying the stock and trading the stock.
And I'm
Do
I'm the
you?
same way, Barry. You know what? I just have to chalk mine up to being lazy and not getting an account set up, and and
Hmm,
going through the motions. Um, but I probably will at some point. I've just got my hands full with so much other stuff, and
right.
doing some crypto as well, and plenty of stocks and the races. So, you know, but of course, you hear about people making these massive gains, but you really have to nail it.
Yeah.
Because a lot of the times, if you're playing the cheaper options, you'll take big hits, or they'll go to zero if you're not careful. They'll expire worthless, just like we were talking about. So it is a riskier game by far and away. Of course,
Hmm.
more risk, more reward as well.
But I keep hearing that you know your risk. I mean, you know how much you're going to
Oh yeah,
lose,
you do.
and
You
that's
do.
it. I
Hmm.
mean, but in theory, if you play stops when you're buying a stock, you should, in theory, know how much you're going to lose also. Granted, if it blows through your stop or you don't obey your stop, of course, that changes everything. I guess with options, there's no ifs, ands, or buts. You have a max you can lose, and that's it.
Yep, pretty much.
Okay. All right. All right,
But
Jamie. Well, thank
yeah,
you
if
for
you're
the.
ready, if you're ready
I'm
to
ready.
take
Yeah,
it,
I thought I'd get a little early if you want to take off right now. So that's cool.
yeah, I appreciate that. I got an appointment I got to go tend to. But
Okay.
all right, ladies and gentlemen, thanks for listening to me, and I'm going to turn it back over to Barry and continue to enjoy the test drive, and we'll see you next week sometime. Bye bye.
Okay, guys. I have assumed control of both rooms now, guys. Now, I'm not saying I'm good, but boy, I did a great a great forecasting video for BWV. This was the I do a stock of the day video at noon, and this wasn't so much about, oh, wow, look at this great trade, you could have made and all that. What I was actually concentrating on, in fact, this is exactly what I said. If you get my videos, this is almost exactly what I said. So let's take a look at BWV. I said, okay, yeah, race after race after race, it was winning. I mean, it came from 350 all the way up to 517. So in the video, I said, but you know what? Don't get too uptight about the fact that maybe you missed it. Okay. Watch it on a pullback, and it may be setting up again. Now, unfortunately, while I was doing the video, this didn't happen because my videos are very, very quick. They're less than a minute long now. But look what happened. I mean, and this is exactly what I said. This is what I'm really trying to get people to understand with the races. It's not all about just chasing a winner, it's seeing something that's winning and you're chasing it higher without any sort of pattern. Can that work sometimes? Of course. But for those of you who also want to play pullbacks and things like that, all you would have had to done in this case is, even when BWV wasn't seeming to win any more races and you weren't even seeing it moving up and down, you click on it and maybe you would have seen it right here. Okay. And you would have thought to yourself, well, okay, looks like it's trying to base here. What if it broke out over 450? I mean, I think 450 is kind of like the 50-cent levels for stocks under five can be kind of psychological to break. So all you do, just put a price alert or something, or click on that buy button and create the buy and see what happens. Well, obviously in this particular case, it would have been unbelievable. Shoot, just give me a moment. These stupid porn bots in YouTube. So so anyway, I did the video on that exactly. So I have to wait for the link to come. It should, if you sign up for it. And I'm embarrassed because I'm not even getting the link or the email sometimes. If you sign up for it, You should, and it hasn't gone out yet, by the way. It has not gone out yet. I'm just looking. I don't actually do the uplinking. Somebody else does it for me. So it actually doesn't. It actually doesn't. Well, are you sure? Because I was told that that submit does work. It's just that you don't see it working. I was told that it does work. What they want to do is, when you submit, might say congratulations or something to notify you that you have actually signed up. So again, when you say you can't sign up, let me just go here because I went through this yesterday. And so I filled in my name, Barry. I'll put my email off. Wow, it doesn't really matter. I'll do it off, okay? Not a robot. You see, now when I click submit, nothing seems to happen, but they tell me that that they are getting it. That's what they tell me anyway. Yeah, no confirm though. There's no confirm, but they tell me. So you think you have done that submit and you're not getting the videos? Okay. Let's see. I haven't even looked at the AI. The only one well, okay, I only sort on the profitable ones. Did you? Okay, well, good. 3% isn't bad. Considering right now every one of them is down in terms of aggressive, moderate, and conservative. I never treat the AI like that. I don't ever. First of all, I don't really take too many AI trades. I probably could have taken LSF earlier if I had seen it. There was the alert at 246, getting up to 289. Yeah, I mean, that would have been an excellent one. So Haida, no, all I'm saying is that if you click, so the question in our YouTube room was, is the pullback races the same as change from open races? Are you talking about the fact that I saw this BWV on a pullback? Is that what you mean? Yeah, again, Ron, I know that the page doesn't change, but they tell me that that's something that they'll work on. It doesn't mean it wasn't submitted, but I'm somewhat skeptical. No, it's something to do, Haida. So this is what I was saying. For instance, right now, look at X curve. Okay, this is number 7 on my list at 1-2 races. All I'm saying is that if you don't see something, after a while, you would just click on one of these ones that have won a race earlier in the day and see what's happening. And when I was doing my video, all I was noticing was that BWV was here. So it had pulled back. That's all. It wasn't like it was designed to catch the pullback. Okay. It's just that there's so few that, it's just a matter of clicking and seeing what's happening. And so it wasn't designed, but you can use the races, either to, get into momentum type trades, or you can get them to, or set pullback areas. Okay. Because these are strong stocks. In theory, maybe they'll only pull back to a certain level and then bounce like this one did. Okay. Does that make sense, Haida? So it's not designed specifically to catch pullbacks. It's just that click on, this is, I mean, it's not a big list. Just click, like, look at Saba right now as an example. So look at Saba. It's pulled back here, basing right here, maybe it's going to have another run. Okay. Maybe it'll have another run. And, maybe if it takes out, what's the price right now? 26.40. Maybe if it takes, gets up to that 27 level, maybe it'll have another run in it. So it's not that it was designed to find this. It was, showing all this action, but you just click on whatever's happened in the past and just check the pattern, and this could start to curl back. The don't repeat just means that if you notice here, this is the repeat version. So Kirk, as an example, the first alert happened at 12:48 and the price was 657. As it kept making a new high, you would see it here. I have the don't repeat just so I can kind of go back in time and say, okay, this is the first time of the alert for Kirk in this scan. What did it do from then? Okay, what did it do from then? So BWV, I can say at 9:30, it popped in at 390. Obviously, I mean, at one point it got all the way up to what, 661. So I can kind of go back in time and say, okay, from the original alert, what happened? So yeah, right click properties. So on an alert window, right click properties, and when you click on properties, this box will pop open, and one of the options is don't repeat, and you have some time frames. So you can say don't repeat for a minute, 5 minutes, 15, 30, an hour, or for the day. I usually click for the day. Some people might go like for the minute or for the 5 minutes, because some fast moving stock, you'll get a trigger over and over again. So, maybe you don't want that. I like to do it just for the day, because then I can, again, go back in time and say, okay, what happened from that alert? Mark, another cheap stock. Hey, by the way, Shady, if you can hear me, that's a great kudos on the best Bed Bath and Beyond of a couple of days ago, or maybe it was on Monday. What are we now? Wednesday? No, it must have been Monday, because I remember you were saying something like, this could easily get to 14. Then, well, not only did it get to 14, it got up to 30. So I do remember you're making that call in the room. No, Haida, I've just got the one scan that I concentrate on. I don't, I've limited the number of scans I got just to this one and this one. That's it. Just a 10-day daily breakout, but most of the breakouts are going to be here anyway. I really have it for the breakdown, but I'll be honest, I really haven't even looked at the breakdown. I haven't been shorting very much. I'm just so concentrating. I mean, it almost doesn't. I mean, what's the market doing today? See, I mean, the market is down today. Does it matter with these ones? Does it make any difference? Of course not, because these stocks are trading oblivious to what the market's doing. I see that blue got halted, but this is a news halt. Not usually good, when the stock is moving down and then they get halted because of news, but I guess we'll see. See, look at this one starting to pull back just a little bit. This JCSE. I mean, gotta watch this one tomorrow. So I just took a buy stop order at 336 in the simulator and see if it triggers. Now here is the issue. Okay, it's still there. Okay. Yeah, party, Michael is strong, PRTY, trying to make a little move, got all the way up to 267 before it pulled back a little bit, lots of volume coming in. It's been a second, well, I'll call it a third day continuation. A little bit of a bit of an iffy day because of that bottoming tail and the topping tail, a little indecision, but 200-day is far enough away. So there's really nothing stopping it other than that 200-day. Again, I'm not saying it's going to get higher than 240 right now, but when you look left, I mean, there's the 200-day moving average at 360. So there is definitely room for party to run if it wants to, PRTY to run if it wants to. Boy, Kirk, look at Kirk. Is this a new high now? Yeah. Wow. So this one is still really alive here with that 25% short float. Wow. I mean, look at that base right there, and then a move from that base and great volume. Another one, keep an eye on. Look at the volume. You don't want to, I mean, this is getting almost pretty parabolic. It is shortable too for me if I dare to short it at some point. And okay, so I mean, this is still up 20%. I mean, it looks like it's not quite as dynamic. How's the Fubo doing? Just checking these high short float percents and see if they're. So really, Kirk is the one. I mean, if you look, there might be some others, but Kirk is definitely the one. I mean, it has not had any sort of a pullback, and it is low float, 11 million in the float. Look how many it's traded, 14 million. So it's traded the float. Probably at the end, probably easily trading the float. Well, maybe not double. That means another 7 million shares. So may not, but could. I haven't looked at DWAC for a long time. Where is this one now? Ooh, I thought it might have been in the 40s, but nope. A little bit of a pop, but this party I float short, high short, 10%. Not the crazy high short float percents like some of these other ones, but nonetheless. No, I mean, look at ear. I mean, ear, what did it get up to? Got up to 344. The 200 day is at 375. So that, but 30 cents away. I mean, the way this is basing here at just over three, and with, the news, with your government basically reducing greatly the cost of hearing aids, this is what got this one rolling yesterday. Look at this. I hate this. Well, I shouldn't say hate. Look at this news, GNUS, piece of whatever. Oh, I see. Okay. So that actually, so that is, so, no, I see. So instead of a prescription, over the counter. Okay. I don't know, Christian, when is blue going to come out of its salt? I don't know. I'm just looking, sometimes they'll say, at a certain time, but I don't see it on my headlines. Just says news pending, so don't know. Don't know if anybody really knows. Yeah, 2 o'clock. I'll put the big spy chart up on the 1 minute. See, look at the fun. So nothing at 2:30. Thank you, Real. Good morning, Real. Or afternoon, I guess. Well, this has been a sneaky good one. This RGS. I remember seeing it on the racing on Monday, and a little rest yesterday, and now look at it now. I mean, or now look at it now. Now look at it, and the 200 day is just a little bit above it, but that's that's not a bad. All right, guys. And I'm looking at the rest of the uranium plays. I mean, in fact, let me URA. I guess is URA. Yeah. So I mean, UEC was the trade of the week, but it never triggered. So there's no damage done. It just never triggered. And I'm just looking at the. So it's not like UEC was going against the trend with the rest of the uranium plays. Just uranium plays weren't any good this week so far, anyway. Well, look how many races this BWV has won, guys. I mean, there's an argument to be made. If it takes out that high, traders will get interested. Yeah, I've got to get back to the production version. This development version is not. It's giving me some oddball things. So yeah, just looking at some of the things on your dip scan. Okay, this is new. Nerve. I don't think I've seen Nerve today. NERV. But yeah, next high is not, well, I don't know. Not very much volume though. It's only sneaking in. Remember, I've got a minimum of 200,000 shares. And and the reason I put 200,000 as opposed to say a million, because something could be just starting out at the beginning of the day. I want to put a million and maybe miss an early move. But 230,000 shares right now, unless the volume really picks up, I would not be interested. Even though, I mean, yeah, I mean, it's only trading little more than normal, 1.2 times normal. So even though it's showing up, but look at Kirk, another new high, I believe. Yeah, TISI, I mean, it's trying to come back, but the high yesterday was 150. It's right there. After that, it is 164, just too close for me. But man, again, another one. If it could just break out of here, I mean, look at all the room it's got. Another one. I mean, VTVT, yeah, it's doing something, but look left, 137. Look left, 140. Too much resistance for me anyway. You know, too many highs that are fairly close to the price right now. Give me a moment, guys. Donut, guys, DNUT. Now, this is negative. It's not positive for the day. Earnings today, right? Yeah, pre-market. Trying to come back a little bit. You can kind of see if it can take out 13. I'm just going to well, I'll do the same thing, a little buy. So far, I haven't been too successful. This is in the simulator, putting these sort of stop limit buy orders at the top here, and nothing seems to get nothing is executing because they're not moving. Yeah, I have to go to the production version. Boy, Kirk is still at the high, guys. Is still at the high, just about 7 still. Still strong. Now, where could it go again? Let's take a look. Run this over here. There's a high right there, 702. And after that, 715. So, I mean, to me, there does look like, a pretty decent resistance around 7. So this could turn into, yeah, I know some of you guys are watching for it to short. And I can see, I mean, there looks like there's a lot of resistance right around that 7 level for Kirk, Kirk. Histo, yeah, showing up in your topping scan. Histo, actually shortable for me. Maybe I'll take a short today. What's the volume like? Good volume? I probably want to see the volume dwindle. Low float too, 2.3 million in the float. So you got to be careful, of course. So, I mean, this one is sort of an interesting one. I mean, this LWLG, looking left, I mean, their high today, of course, is around 1220, but when you look left, the next high is way up here at 13. So it's got about $1 to move until that next high. And that is the LWLG. And it's not that it's winning a race, but it was just sort of, in this list. So I'm saying, click, you see something in a list, click on it. Doesn't have to be winning, but it could be moving, maybe, it could be starting out just 1%, then 3%, and then who knows, maybe 10%. So click on it early and see what's happening. But right now, I'm not seeing any startling moves. Just you can just tell by the percent. Again, what the percent means is, how much has it moved since the beginning of the race, which was 2 minutes ago. So nothing is really moving in a huge fashion yet, anyway. But there's Kirk. I mean, still trying to get that through that 7. It's really struggling though to get through 7 in a big way, anyway. I mean, just look here on that daily chart. There's a lot of action right around, 7:15, 7:20, 7:15, 7:20. A lot of action right around here on that daily chart. So if you're going to take this trade, but it just exploded. It did just exploded. It just explode. Maybe it won't matter. I mean, it may not matter. I mean, well, the server sort doesn't really come into the racing, I didn't think anyway. Somebody's asked about, I hate the server sort, by the way, but let me just see if it even comes into play. Yeah, forget server sort, okay? Yeah, we've only just used Delta, okay? That's the change. I have not been able to. I think the only reason, I don't know why server sort is there. The only reason these are here is because those are the columns in your top list, so it's going to default to the columns. Just forget about server sort, okay? Just forget it. Delta is what you want. Server sort in theory works this way, but not in a race. You'll notice it in a top list window. If I configure and then click on sort, this is the server sort. So in theory, this is what it means. Let's just say that in theory, it's supposed to break ties. Let's just say you've got two stocks that are exactly the same, 5% from the close. One has more volume than the other, and you sort it on volume as a server sort. It would put that one above, the one with lesser volume. That's all. I usually just put on the server sort, not in this case, it doesn't really matter, but I usually just put on price. Why don't I do it now? Okay, so forget about server sort. It just sort of muddies the water. But again, in general, two stocks being tied, if your servers are not so much in a race, but if two stocks are tied, exactly the same, up both the same amount, how are you going to, like, how are you going to rank them then? Which one are you going to put on top of the other? Well, okay, if one has more volume and your server sort is on volume, then that's how it would work. But just forget about it. There you go, Pepe. As you said, just adds a column to break ties. But don't, you're new. I haven't even looked at server sort in years. Okay, so I wouldn't not worry about it, but I wouldn't even consider it. All right, guys. So Kirk is again still struggling, in my opinion, to get really breaking through that 7 level. I mean, we got some topping tails now, and it's not so much. I mean, maybe it gets through 7, but I mean, just look at a daily chart, guys. Look at all this action. This is back in May. Look at all this action right around that 7 level. Now, again, it could. I mean, it could break through. Well, you want it descending. You want to see it descending order. If you're looking for winners like this, you want to see it descending order. There's HSTO, guys. I know Zach is short this one, but let's just take a look at what is happening. So, I mean, if you want to see the top winner at the top, then you want this in descending order. Boy, this is interesting with the BWV though, too. Whoa. Well, I don't know if Zach, you added to it, but boy, this is just shoot. I was hate going against a fellow trader, but boy, I was interested in this one. See, this came out of nowhere, guys. I mean, this was doing nothing for look at the longest time. This is what I'm saying. Sometimes in the afternoon, or any time during the day, but sometimes in the afternoon, you see some stock that just starts to explode. I mean, look at HSTO all day long. You know, if you'd said, "Oh, I think this one's going to work," if you'd bought it here, you'd have been snoozing for 3 hours, and then all of a sudden, look what happens. The volume comes in for whatever reason. I have no idea. No idea. I don't see anything. I don't think it's a meme stock because it's only 2%. The only thing is, it is a very low float, but the short float percent is certainly small. When you have a float chart, Barca, so Barca's asking in our YouTube room, when you have a float chart, so you mean if a chart is floating around? I'm assuming that's what you mean? Like this? Is that what you mean? You just grab, all you have to do is like grab, sort of, well, move to the top. Once your cursor changes to like that up arrow, you just grab it and move it up higher, okay? Or move to a side. Once it changes, just move it like this, like that, or you go to the bottom. Once your pointer changes to that up and down arrow, okay? You just have to grab it, okay? So it's just a matter of your pointer changing, and then once it changes to the up and down arrow, then you can do whatever you want. Is that what you meant? If you want to minimize the chart, though, I mean, if you mean if you don't want to, okay, first of all, is that what you meant before I? No, there's no one-click option. No, I mean, there's a way in which you can, I can minimize the charts. I don't see it, but where is that? Can you remember where it is? Oh, small borders. Something I just don't. So small borders. Okay, so small borders. So if you don't see the little negative sign and the box, if that's what you're talking about, wanting to minimize it like that, okay, okay, or maximize it like that. If you don't have these two, okay, so what you have to do is if you right click on the chart and go to properties, and then You see where it says small borders, right between use crosshair sync and show the watermark? Where it says show small borders. So probably it's checked. It's checked. Okay. So if you uncheck it, then you will get the minimize and the maximize. Okay. So right click the chart, go to properties, and then uncheck small borders. I don't really know why anybody, I mean, in theory, yeah, I don't, I guess maybe it's because, no, because you can accidentally do, I really don't know what the reason is to not show the borders. I really don't. Because it's not like it takes up less room. I really don't know. And zooming in and out of a chart is, again, left click on the chart just so this system knows what chart you're in. And then keep the control key pressed down on your keyboard. And then your scroll wheel on your mouse. Just scroll. Okay. So control key press down on the keyboard. And then use your scroll wheel. Well, okay, just a minute, Ethan. I think you can use your right arrow or down your right and left arrows, Barca. Hopefully, like on a mouse. I mean, on a laptop without the mouse. I think, yeah. I think if you keep the control key pressed down and then, well, let me try. Yeah. So I can use my right and left arrows. Okay, but you must have a control key, right? No control key on your laptop. Ethan, just a minute. So for the use ascending. In fact, I should rename this. I don't think I can rename it here, okay? So if you use ascending, if you're looking for losers, make sure of that. Because this is the flip version of the large cap gainers from the open. So now it's the large cap losers from the open. Let me make sure that that is correct. Yeah, looks like that's it. So you're seeing the biggest losers on top. I mean, not huge, but minus 0.53%, minus 0.38%, minus 0.24%. So the race setup. So use ascending. Okay, Ethan, use ascending. Oh, so I was wrong. So the FDA approves Blue's giant gene therapy. So this was actually good news. So let's see what happens. Wow, look at BWV. Look at BWV. Oh, brother. I've got to I gotta watch my video again, guys. I mean, my crystal ball was working beautifully with this BWV, the video I did at noon. How? Okay, just a minute now. Okay, if you have an echo, unless everybody's telling me there's an echo, then it's on your end moving sail. Remember, you can't be in both rooms at the same time, but so guys, how's my sound? Is there an echo? I'm asking people in YouTube and I'm asking people in the main room. Is there an echo at all? Oh, you hear good now. Okay. Okay. No echo. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Oh my goodness, my goodness, my goodness. BWV guys. So let me try to answer your question. How can I modify a predefined formula to make it suit my need? So what do you mean by a predefined formula? Okay. I think I know what you mean, but I just want to understand what you mean by it. Are you talking about the filters or the alerts that we have? And but what do you mean by a predefined formula? So for instance, if this is what you mean, if I right click on an alert window and do a search, let's do a search on RSI as an example. Okay. So this is what we have for, if this is what you're talking, like predefined formulas, but these are filters. If this is what you mean, so we have the 1, the 2, the 5, the 15, and 60 in the daily, okay? If you said, well, I'd like to have the 10, you can't do it, as an example, okay? This is what we have. This is what you have to work with, as an example, if that is what you mean. You know, MACD, these are alerts. 5-minute MACD cross above the signal, okay? If you wanted the 2-minute, we don't have it, as an example. There's no way to modify this, if that's what you mean. Is that what you mean? Now, there's a way in which you can combine things to, you know, if we have the data point to create custom formulas, but I'm not sure that's what you mean. So that is what you mean. You're saying, okay, I see what you've got. These are defined, but I like the 12-minute MACD. Yeah, unfortunately, you can't do it. Okay. One of the things we did was, you know, when the company started, is they tried to create enough alerts and filters that for the absolute majority of our customers, they could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for without having to do any programming. Okay, so, and I know, you know, for some that's not good enough. I get it, but you know, we definitely said we don't want to have people looking at a programming language to create their scans. You see, again, emphasizing. I mean, look how many races this BWV has won. Many opportunities to trade it, even if you missed the beginning. You know, little opportunity right there around 450. Little pullback here, little break of that high right there at 650. Opportunities to trade this. Okay, opportunities. You know, so and why? Because it's, you know, it keeps winning race after race. The chart will not show the P&L, no, Barca. So are you saying if you open a position on the chart, in other words, let's just say you wanted to take BWVV on a pullback. And I apologize, I should be on the production version because this development version is a little wonky. But is this what you mean? So if I say I want to buy BWV on a pullback, and so the blue line is going to appear, but now I change my mind, like a close, you have to go to the orders if that's what you mean. So if all of a sudden I say, you know, my idea at the beginning, yeah, I want to do that, you just have to go to the orders and it should be right at the top, and then you just right click and cancel the order. Okay, so you have to go to the orders in Brokerage Plus and then just find it and cancel it. Right click, cancel it. Wow. Put on my learning cap. It won't happen. Well, if you want to close a position, it's really simple. Okay, if you're in a position, so let's say I'll just do it right now. I'll take the BWV. I'll take 200 shares. I'll go in at the market. I'll buy it. I'll send it. Now I'm in it. Okay. If I want to get out immediately, okay. So I have a list of stocks that I'm in. I just highlight the one I want to get out of. Upgrade it. Just left click so it's highlighted, and then I can flatten it. Flatten is for a hotkey. Okay, you just flatten the trade. Now you're out of it. If you can also get out of half your trade or you can double your trade. Okay, so I guess that is another, I never thought of that. So you can actually, I don't know if that's easier or let's see if that is, how many steps is that? So we'll do it again with that BWV. I'll put the buy order in if it pulls back. Okay, there it is. So you can do it this way too, as somebody said. So you can left click, once the icon changes, left click, and then click delete. You sure? I'm not getting the left click, delete. Oh, there it is. Cancel the order. Okay. So I guess you have your choice. Okay. So you can either go one click, left click, cancel, or go up to it and cancel it on the chart. I guess you have your choice. Whatever you think is faster. Very technical, wonky. Very technical. I gotta get The only reason I don't want to put my production version on right now is because I don't want to lose I don't want to lose this wonderful watch list that I've created that I want to keep showing you guys. I haven't created, the system creates it for me. By the way, guys, like Look Left and Pepe and others who pitch in and help, I really do appreciate it. There are certain things I may forget. So it really do appreciate that the help when somebody answers a question. And Omni, yes, Omni also. Omni, Omni, Omni. I'm doing my Oscars. I'm doing my Oscar speech, guys, and I apologize if I leave anybody out. But it's mainly on the technical issues. So Zach, if you can hear me, are you gonna swing this one? BWV. I mean, look left now. It's funny. I'm warming up to the fact that just having a giant daily chart instead of having the weekly and the monthly also. Just really spread it out. I can even, I do stuff like this. I trying to make it easier for people to see instead of having all the different charts. This was a suggestion from above to do that. So there is not a place where people share their custom formulas. No. So first of all, Do you know how to create a custom formula? Number one. Sounds like you do. Okay. Well, I'll get you started. I mean, but there was no central repository of, people who are sharing custom formulas. But I'll give you this link. You can create a custom formula. Here are the data points that you can use, okay? So if the data point is here, then you can combine them to give you the type of custom formula you're looking for. So for instance, I mean, you wanted the VWAP to be over the SMA 25, okay? You could create a custom formula based on, as long as we have the data points. If you want the VWAP to be above the SMA 200, things like that, okay? You can create a custom formula, but you're limited to whatever we have here. So in other words, if you wanted the VWAP to be over the SMA 100, we don't have the data point, okay? But there's no central repository. But I'll give you this link, okay? And there is one other link, and then you'll see the data points that you have. But we don't go into people's accounts, you see, and and have a giant list of custom formulas. No. And I'll be honest, I don't use custom formulas at all. It's an advanced topic. Um, I mean, I do have a couple, but I don't use them anymore. So that's just me. But it is an advanced topic. I would say that the absolute majority of our customers don't even know what custom formulas are. Here is the other. Here are the other data points. Okay, and here is the formula. There are the formulas right there. So I can give you this. Then, in order to create a custom formula, again, if you get industrious and you want to try it, oh, then I would forget about it. Okay, if you're green at trade ideas, I would just forget about custom formulas. To be honest, it's an advanced topic, and very few of our customers do it. I mean, look, if you want, I mean, listen, if you got 1,000 hours to spend, you click on my homepage link. I'm kind of kidding about the 1,000, but click here on the education, click on the user guide, and then there should be something that says custom formulas. Where is it? There are custom formulas. Okay, so this is an overview about how you create them. Okay. It's the same as back testing. I mean, I haven't back tested in years. I'm not saying, because back testing is another, probably I would say that 0.5% of our customers do that. But if you're into it, we have there's back testing that you can do. You need our premium service, but it's not easy, because I mean, you take a strategy and you back test it and you check to see what your equity curve is, and then you start fiddling around with all the filters that are available. Add a filter in, maybe change values, and you get something that looks pretty good back in a back testing way. And so you start trying to use it, and then all of a sudden, 2 or 3 days later, you're getting horrible results. Using exactly the same. Well, the market might have changed. Um, Back testing is just something that most of our customers don't even do. We don't even talk. I don't even talk about it anymore. So that means you've got to go back into your strategy, start tweaking values again. It's all it's all really, really time intensive. He actually is not an expert. TC, he's actually not an expert, but he does them. I mean, he'll. I mean, I can show you how to do them, but again, so few of our customers. Michael Noss is maybe a little more of an expert, but even him, I don't think most of us do not. Most of us do not use custom formulas. Listen, I'll pass on one custom formula that I have. 3 minutes? Okay. Oh, just a minute, please. Look at this one, guys. I mean, another one. I mean, how cool is this, guys? How would you ever see this one? I mean, yes, there are scans that you can create that you would probably maybe see this one. Obviously, you could see it, but how wonderful it is as a visual presentation, just like this, by looking at one window. You know, you might have a couple of scans, and maybe one of them would pick this up, and you might miss it, because you're looking at a couple of other scans. Most of the time, these sort of moves will be picked up in this biggest gainers from the open. Most of the time. Oh, when I say he always defers, though. I mean, if somebody's, I'm not trying to belittle Chris at all, believe me, but he'll be the first to say that he's not an expert at custom formulas because like a lot of it is just math. Okay, I mean, combining things and creating percentages and things like that. I'm not saying he can't do it, but typically, if somebody asks for a custom formula, Stephanie is the one that does it. She's really good at creating custom formulas. All right, guys, what I'm going to do is get the big spy chart up and let's see if we have some fireworks. And I'll put it on 1 minute. Oops. Man, oh man, Barry, time frame. 1 minute. Okay. So we can get some fireworks at 2 o'clock. We're releasing the minutes, okay? And you'll probably see until probably takes about 5 minutes before we get direction. Because you might see a big red bar, then you might see a big green one and a big red one within the same bar. So 2 o'clock. So what do we got? So, okay, look at that. Look at that. Big green bar. It's right now, Poe. It's right now. But lest you think that's the definitely going to be the direction, guess again. I mean, it could be. And now, see how fun this is? That giant green bar may turn into a giant red bar. This is on 1 minute, of course. Another, so that now has just closed. Now the next candle, these are 1 minute candles. Now, because there are no minutes today, or there's no discussion, I should say, at 2:30, because at 2:30, on days that they have the discussion at 2:30, we can get the same sort of action. Okay, Jazz, I can't do that, but there might be another trader that has when you say you can't upload it, you can't open, why can't you open the Market Explorer? If you click on new, first of all, are you using our app or are you using the web-based version? Because there it is. I'm sorry, you're using the web. I don't think it's available then. Okay, you might want to go to a support because I don't have one. Okay, and I don't have one, but one of the other traders may have an inside bar. Okay, scan. So instead of my trying to figure out how to do it, just go to trade-ideas, .com, okay, and see if somebody's got an inside bar scan, okay? And that's for Jazz, okay? I don't have one. And it depends on the time frame, of course. All right, well, here we go. So maybe we've got direction. It's QNRX, okay? That's what he meant, not ONRX, Mitchell. It's QNRX. All right, guys, I guess we've probably got direction now. 3 minutes. Usually I wait 5 minutes because you can get a surprise drop. And anyway, I'll just get rid of it now. Well, me, Sam, this is a great way to check current momentum stocks. Okay, this race right here, this is showing stocks that are moving the most. Okay, so a stock at the top of the list. Since this race started, it's up 4%. Okay, 3%. We do have if you go, but if you want an alert window like that, if you go to my home page, okay, just put my homepage link underneath. Let me just get rid of some of these. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. Okay, if you go to the scan section, click here. I mean, I would really, really watch the races, but I do have an alert window called Momo. So these are stocks that are moving, but also the race mode is wonderful for finding stocks that are moving. Okay, so there's 2 for you. Meanwhile, BWV just made a new high and then pulled right back. BWV. I mean, where could this go, guys? I mean, I got to keep looking left to see. 823 is looks like the next high. Is that right? 748 is the next high looking left, maybe 748. Yeah. So then after that, 823. I mean, look, if it somehow, well, probably not gonna, well, I don't know. I mean, 1414 is the real next high. And then after that, way up here, $62. But this could just be getting started, guys. I mean, look at the volume, 117 million, 4 million in the float. Traded the float, what, 27 times or so? Okay, guys, at 2:07, I'll be right back. Okay, give me about 3 minutes, 3 or 4 minutes. Okay, guys, I'm going to be a little bit longer. Okay, what time is it now? 2:09. Give me to about 2:15. Should be back at about 2:15. That's Eastern time, of course. Okay, guys, I'm back. Oh, I meant to say 215, not 225. Okay, let's see. Sava. Remember I was talking with Sava a little earlier? Maybe it's going to curl a bit. Looks like it's trying to curl. It's trying to curl a little bit. Ah, Rebin, REBN. This was the IPO. Not a good one, but from a few days ago. I haven't checked my IPO list, my calendar for this week. I don't know if there's anything happening tomorrow or Friday. I don't think I saw Harmony, HRMY, but real, I'm just looking at this. If it didn't show up here, oh, I see. Yeah, it's negative. So yeah, I'm really just looking at this. This meaning the biggest gain is from the open. So I actually haven't taken a short trade for a while, but it's not an earnings play either. So, but the gap, yeah, consolidation on the daily, yeah. So I mean, there's a 200 day, probably has maybe a little bit more room. Could be one worth watching tomorrow. Boy, guys, I mean, this could just take off again, this BWV. I mean, the longer it holds over 7, the traders are going to be looking. What was the high right here? 765. Yeah, on the short side real, unless it's showing up here, I don't even see anything on the short side now. And that's in the 10-day daily breakdown. Here's one on the move, guys. AIHS. So when we look left, what do we see? 127. You can take out 127, 150, and way up here, 196. So AIHS is on the move. This is a mortgage. Okay, so financial stock. All right, I'm waiting on this maybe a 30, 35, 35 or something for this BWV. Well, I'm just waiting to see how well this holds 7. I mean, that's the whole thing. I mean, out of nowhere, this just shot from 450 to 650. There was a $2 move. Well, not quite out of nowhere. It took about an hour, but 45 minutes for people. As an eternity for some of us, but my goodness, I mean, this just, and the volume. By the way, guys, if you're not getting a top 10 list, the reason is if it looks a little more jumbled, in other words, you're just seeing what you have to do is if you right click and where it says show all winners, just click on that. If that's what that's what you could be seeing. Okay. Which I think is a mess. So all you have to do, if you're seeing that, then right click and show top 10 winners. And now you've got this beautiful watch list for the day. And some stocks will carry over tomorrow or could carry over tomorrow. We don't know which ones, don't ask me, well, what do I think? I have no idea. But, it'd be a good idea. I mean, something I want to race 18 times today, 9 times, 8 times. I'd be watching it tomorrow to see if there's any sort of, repeat. Now, there's a AIHS reel as you're talking about it. I just mentioned it here. Big pop showing up on the list, on the race. So again, what this is showing you from a top list that you have and from when you started the race, what stock is moving the most? Okay. And of course, this can change. It's a 4-minute race, so you could have some jockeying for position, just like you're seeing here. Okay. And at the end, there'll be a winner declared. And then that, I mean, if it was BWV again, then that would mean it would have won 19 times, as an example. Okay. But that's what these percentages mean. Since the race started, that's how far it's moved. And it's always going to show you the ones that have moved the most. And always starting from a top list. So I've sorted on the change from the open, that column. But for instance, I don't even know I have no idea where AIHS is on this list. It may not even be on this list. Okay, because it doesn't have to be on a list. It just has to satisfy the filters. I can't even see it here, so it doesn't really matter. So that's a great pets. Where's pets? Is it on this list? I don't even know if it's on this list. So you don't need to have this list up and running. All this race is doing, it'll find stocks. In this particular case, where the volume is at least 200,000 shares, and the price is up 2% from the close, and between $1 and $50. That's it. That's all it's looking for. So you don't need to have a list. You can even delete the list. Okay, get rid of it. But that's what the race is based on. And so if a stock meets these requirements and starts to move, you're going to see it. So there's the AIHS. I have no idea if it's even visible somewhere on this list. But the idea though is that, this is not so startling now, but at one point it was about 10 or 12%. So the whole idea though is when the race starts, and every 4 minutes a new race will start, who's leading the race? What stock has moved the most since the race began, and on a percentage basis? That's what it's all about. So just to put a stamp on this, I mean, it could be some stock down here, pump, which is only up, say, 3.4, or SD. I mean, it's changing, but pump only up 3.5% from the open. But what if all of a sudden, for whatever reason, pump really starts to move for whatever reason? Well, you'll see it, but how could you possibly know that's happening by trying to stare at a list of stocks? So you don't have to. The races take care of that now. And so it's not a matter of, because something is winning a race, then okay, I guess I should take this trade. No, 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 no. That's not what it's all about. I mean, sometimes if it's coming from, maybe a good pattern, sure. But it's more the whole idea of focusing on one scan for the day, having it create a watch list for you automatically, and then, click on some of these. Maybe GNPX hasn't, I haven't seen this one for a while. Let's see what it's doing. Okay. What if GNPX all of a sudden catches a big bid, lots of volume, and it tears through 250? Okay. I mean, or 260. Maybe that becomes a great trade. I don't know. But that is why, really practice, practice, practice. Take trades in the simulator. Let's see. In the volume radar, what are the percentages? I don't have that one up and running. Is it from the channel bar? I mean, if it's these percentages here, that means are you talking about in a race, Barca? I'm just answering somebody in our YouTube room. Are you talking about, is it a race? Volume radar, is it a race? Or where it's a race? It is a race. So if you're talking about these percentages that you see in the left hand, that means since whenever the race started, the stock is up that percentage. That's what it means. Whenever the race started. And of course, I mean, obviously if a stock drops or some, right now, I mean, 1.71% isn't a big deal, but what if here all of a sudden and there it ended? But that's what it means. So now our new race is going to begin. New 4-minute race is going to begin. And we just wait. All right, guys. Well, there's the big pot for blue. I was sure wrong. It looked like it was going to be. Normally, when a stock is dripping a bit, and it gets halted for news, but no. So there's blue. So FDA approval. FDA approval. That's the headline. We knew that going in. It was already announced that was the reason, and then it was opening at 2:30. Right on. Right at 2:30. Now, does that mean you take the trade right now? Well, that's up to you. You asked about Clovis, Zach. I don't know if Clovis is in the same. So Peter, the top 10 list is automatically generated. Okay, so there's the top 10 list. If you go, yeah, I guess if you, the problem is if I open it now, I'm sure there's no top 10 list because I'm just opening it now. I'd have to have this up and running all day long, this particular one all day long. But this race here, this race you see here, my race is based on it. It's just that I've got a different minimum volume and a different price range. Okay. But I've been running this race since 9:30 when the market opened. That's why I have a big list. By opening this channel right now, there's nothing here yet because I just opened it. And so nothing will happen until that's a 10-minute race. I don't like a 10-minute race. Does that answer your question, Peter? So there is no top 10 list right now, but if had you been running this, if you had opened this channel at 9:30, okay, 9:30 Eastern time, and let it run all day, it would have created a top 10 list because it's show top 10 winners. Okay, so but right now, I mean, this is this I don't like. I think I want to have more winners. I want to have a bigger. I don't want to wait 10 minutes for a race to be over and then create a winner. I'd like to have, for me, I think 4 minutes is kind of a sweet spot. Kind of creates a nicer list. Because if you run a 10-minute race for the day, you basically going to have 39 races. In this one, you have 97 races with 4 minutes, approximately 97 races. So that's why so you're going to have, I just like to have a more dynamic top 10 list. Well, no. You have to have a top list, Ethan. A race is always created from a top list. It's always based on something. You just can't you can't launch a race out of nowhere. It's always going to be based on some kind of a top list. Yeah, I mean, it's all customizable. You can change the race setup. I mean, again, if you want mine, it's a 4-minute race, okay? But you always start a race from a top list window. You create the top list window and then you launch the race. And that's why it's customizable because, my idea of what I want to see is this, stocks between $1 and $50, minimum of 200,000 shares and up 2% from the previous close. That's what I want to see. You might say, well, you know what? I'd rather see stocks between 10 and $500 with a minimum of 1 million shares, and it's got to be up 5% from the close. Okay. So this is what I want to see. But that's why. So you create a top list and then you launch the race based on your criteria. But it's always going to be based on a top list, Ethan. It has to be based on something. You can't, because otherwise, how's it going to know what symbols to pull? It has to be based on some criteria. But let me see. I mean, yeah. So what it's doing is it's probably looking at my default. Okay, that's what's happening. It's looking at my default, which is always going to be the biggest gainers from the open. I mean, to me, you should always start off with your top list because only you, and I'm just talking in general, only you can know like the types of things you want to see, a price range, a minimum volume, and things like that. Okay, that should be up to you, and then launch the race from it. Yeah, I mean, if you take a, let me just duplicate this. So here's the race setup. So yes, I mean, here's where I can customize how long I want. Okay, so you had that attached to a top list window. Your list from your symbol list that you created, you attached it to a top list window, and then you launch the race from there. So you created a list of symbols that were optionable, obviously, with hopefully other parameters. Otherwise, you'll get a huge, probably get too many. But yeah, I mean, here's how you customize your race. And you can change it to whatever time period. I think the key is always keep the sort on the change, the delta value. But you can base the race on something else. I mean, I like the change from the open. Some might want the change from the close. I think the change from the open is better. Some might want to have change of RSI. The changing RSI is something, an RSI is increasing. As long as you have it as a column, you can base the race on anything you want as long as you have it as a column. So that was somebody asked. So for instance, if I wanted to base a race on RSI, changing RSI, but what is the race based on, Pepe? Is some kind of default? Like it's got to be based on something. I still think the best way to do it is create your own top list though, okay? Having your parameters that you want, because I mean, yeah, you may be able to create a race, but it's got to be based on something and it may not be what you want it to be based on. Let's just do an RSI one, okay? Let me just do something because somebody asked that yesterday. Let me let's do it on a changing 5-minute RSI. Show column. Okay. Okay. So let's just say you wanted to have a race based on something that is really like the 5-minute RSI is really increasing. Are you talking about here? In fact, here is relative volume. Oh, that's relative volume liters. We're trying to really, that one? Okay. So I see. I mean, okay. So these are already created. Okay. If you don't want to create your own, okay, I see what you mean. And so now you can, yeah. So the more they add, I think they're really trying to keep it simple for this test drive though. That's why Dan was saying go to the explosive winners. But let me keep going on this, okay? So let's just say you wanted to create a race based on the changing 5-minute RSI. So I'm going to right click, launch the real-time stock race. I'm going to run it for 4 minutes. Now, based on, instead of the change from the open, the 5-minute RSI, delta. I think everything else is okay. Okay, now this race is going to show an increasing RSI. Now, I have no idea what it'll look like, what sort of things we'll get, but I don't think so, Avatar. Basing a race on consolidations and breakouts, I think that's going to be awfully hard to do. You know what? But Chris may have created something. I don't know. Do support at trade-ideas.com. Okay, and maybe one of the other traders has created something like that. I haven't seen that though. Yeah, I don't know what this is showing me. I mean, this is not, I mean, but I just wanted to show you that you can create a race based on RSI, okay. I don't really, a 5-minute RSI, so that is changed 8.9. Anyway, I just, you can create a race based on anything. You want to create a race based, this might be a little more fun. Let's create a race based on the change in the last 15 minutes. What stocks have changed the most in the last 15 minutes, percentage wise? Okay, so I'm going to launch that race. Okay, now this time instead of the change from the open, again, now it's going to be the change in 15 minutes, percentage, the delta. And everything else looks okay. 4-minute race. Okay, so let's see what happens here. And this is why, I mean, once you get used to using trade ideas, I mean, you can create your own race. I like this one, but you don't have to like this one. And you can see a race can be based on any column header you have. So let's see, there's BWV, so it is changed. No, and obviously, I mean, if you wanted it instead of 15 minutes and you wanted the biggest change in 5 minutes, then you'd have to add that, the change as a column, change in 5 minutes. You could go change in 2 minutes. You can run a race based on any column header. You start getting used to using trade ideas, try it. And of course, what I would do is I would rename the top list. I would duplicate it and then rename it. So it would say biggest changes or biggest changes percent-wise in 15 minutes. I would give it a name. Anyway, I don't want to, get too complicated here, but, I'm just trying to show you the possibilities of creating your own type of race based on the things you want to see. Well, I think you'll probably stick with this one. Depends what you mean by performing, of course. Because as you know, just because something is with, wow, look at, okay, is this one coming back? The JCSC. Just a minute, please. Doorbell. Okay, guys. It was exciting to get a new package from somebody. The problem I see with the avatar, the problem I see with something like that is I don't know. I mean, I probably have to think about it, but the race is going to be based on something. And obviously change, I don't know. I don't know how you would construct one. But Stephanie, I mean, I'd have to give it a lot more thought. And that's the sort of thing, just like custom formulas and back testing. When I'm done this, I'm done. 7, 8 hours on a mic is good enough for me. And I just have to, I have to let the brain rest because, trying to create some of these things, it takes, takes a little bit of, well, it takes some time, but also it's brain power, There's ear, guys. Ear is still, it's still at 3. I mean, this could, what time is it now? 2:49. Hey, I mean, this is basing unbelievably well here at 3. Nothing saying that it can't, eventually traders come back into it and pop it. Cody, I do appreciate that as I'm opening my package. Give me a moment, guys. Yeah, I'm just going to put myself on mute for about 2 minutes. Guys, I'm back. All right, 2:53, guys. So Chris will be in about half an hour. Chris will be taking over for me in our YouTube room. And we'll keep the main room open until 3:30. So there's the blue, big news for it. BLUE, blue. Okay, guys. So now typically what I do at around 3, I put myself on mute. I'm still here, so it's not like I'm not going anywhere. But great opportunity. You've got questions, ask away. I'm basically done trading for me. I was really hoping that BWV would launch itself again, but it doesn't look like it's going to. Starting to make lower highs, and big area for to try to hold is 6, I think, for BWV. Look at the 15-minute chart. I'm actually right around 6 o'clock, $6. You too, Mr. Dak. Have a great day. All right, guys. So I'm going to just put the test drive link in one more time. So you can still sign up for the test drive. You'll get basically 6 days, okay? You'll have tomorrow, Friday, and then next week. Of course, if I counted, it would be 7 days. So 7 days you have. So if you want to sign up for the test drive, you can still do that. You'll get 7 days for the $11.11, okay? You'll have the balance of today also, so you can actually, practice with this program tonight if that's what you want to do. So if you click on the test drive link, this is what it's going to say. So for $11.11, you'll get the balance of today plus 7 trading days, okay? It ends on the 29th, so it's not 10 days from whenever you start. It'll be completely upfront about that, okay? And it'll just be as if you're a premium subscriber. You'll have access to the premium features, the AI, etc. Nothing really shaking today on it. Now, if you're using our web-based version, racing and this brokerage plus window in which you can use do simulated trading, not available. Okay, if you have a Mac, you have to be prepared. If you want to have access to those features, you have to be prepared to either use an emulation program like Parallels or Amazon Web Services, something like that, okay? So when the test drive is over, it's over. There's nothing to do. You don't have to unsubscribe from anything. We don't put you into a subscription, okay? And we only do this 4 times a year. So again, if you think it's worth $11.11 for 7 trading days, go for it. And all right, I put my home page in, and so when you click on it, this is what you're going to see. So obviously, if you want to take out a subscription, there's a promo code you can use. Mandatory that you do this Let's Get Started or Getting Started. Let's Get Started, okay? It'll take you about 30 minutes, 10 short videos. Starts off with the download and installation, the first startup and login, toolbar, and right-click magic, okay? Please do that. That's the first thing you should do. Now, I don't know what's going on, but you know, you should be able to sign up. I'm told that even though you're not seeing something that gives you a confirmation, I want to get this fixed though, but my daily stock of the day video that I do at noon, hopefully you can sign up here. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. This week's trade of the week, and that's free, did not trigger. So before people say what a terrible trade of the week, it was UEC. And if you look at UEC right now, and you think, wow, what a terrible trade of the week. Look what's happened this week. Well, it didn't trigger, so you shouldn't have taken the trade. Okay? The trigger was, I think, 480 or 470 or something like that. So it's sort of basically it's a non-event this week. And the education and the user guide. There's that getting started. You should know what an alert window is. You should know what a top list window is, and you should know about stop racing. You know, get these down at least before you look at anything else, okay? And there's that getting started. Same thing. Here's the getting started right here. So Chris will be in a YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30 today. So more opportunity to ask questions. And before I shut the main room down, I'll put the YouTube room link in. You can, no webinars next week either. So, but after that, you can they'll start again. You can sign up for them all right there. Back to basics. Michael Noss put this together with Trade Ideas. It starts off with what is a stock? So if you're new to trading, a great little free series. And last, my scans. The race mode that I talk about all day long. You know, if I were only going to have, I mean, you know, you can have the momentum up also. I mean, Momo's a good alert, you know, but just have a couple. I would concentrate on the race mode. You might want to have that, and that's it. Pre-market actives up and down. That's what I use in the pre-market to sort of kind of figure out what could move once the market's open. Okay. So save my link, then you can have access to the education, my scans anytime you want. Cody, let me try to answer your question first. What color borders are you talking about in the races? What changing borders? I'm not sure I know what you mean. you're talking, I mean, I'm looking right here, so I'm not sure I know what you mean by the, oh, this yellow, I'm not sure. Never really paid that much attention to it. It's probably maybe a percentage of, like this is red. That means that maybe it pulled back a bit. Looks like that pulled back a bit, so it was moving higher, then it pulled back. I mean, I can see, yeah, maybe that's what it is. I guess that is what it is. So if you get a border of red, that means the stock was up, but then it's pulled back, and you sort of see, you see how this is now red, okay? I mean, I paid more attention to this. I mean, the borders I'm not 100% sure of because I'm seeing this is green right now, but yeah, I actually don't know. I don't know. I mean, it may be just a way to, mark off a lane a little bit better. I mean, what if I look really closely? I mean, I see red here, which is framing this one, RGS, which at one point it was more than 0.38%, but it pulled back. That's why you see kind of this flaming red. Well, Alan, I mean, you can create, alerts that only start at a certain, or using our time count. You can have time frames that start at certain times of the day if that's what you want. So for instance, if I look at this alert window, I could tell it to, if I search and I click on time of day, okay? So I could say, okay, only show me, from the start up until 60 minutes, okay? As an example. Or I could say, only start this one 90 minutes after the open until a certain amount of time, 180 minutes after the open. So, I mean, you can create scans based on time of day if that's what you're talking about. So with a little bit of work, in theory, you could create a scan that starts at market open and then max say 60 minutes. So you'd get a list of stocks, that maybe, with your other filters in place, you'd get a list of stocks that really moved in the first 60 minutes, if that's what you're looking for. And then you could, create a symbol list with those stocks and then put them in, to an alert window. I mean, it gets a little, I've never done anything like this, so I don't really care about time of day. But I mean, in theory, if you're listening to what I'm saying, you could create a list of stocks that moved in the first 60 minutes. That's not good. And then create a symbol list with those stocks, and then use that symbol list in an alert window later. What's going on here, guys? I don't like that. Hopefully my monitor is not going to fail. There you go. See, Pepe knows. Ha! There you go. I had no idea that was it. It is probably in. Is it in the stock? Is it in the TI stock guide? See, I've never really paid attention to it. I just sort of, I just care about what stock is moving up and down. Okay. So there you go. I should read the stock guide or the race guide. Actually, though, that's cool though. The yellow, I like that. I like that idea. So it's been newly added to the race. Okay. That's kind of cool. Mike C, good morning or afternoon or wherever you are. Well, Avatar, I only have one race going. That's what I do. I only want to concentrate on one race. I mean, you maybe you can have a couple, but my whole idea is focusing, getting yourself to focus on one race that really, gives you what you're looking for. If you're looking for active stocks, I mean, you're not going to find a better situation than this, as an example. Well, you control, I'm sorry, 4 minutes. Not sure I understand. I mean, I run a 4 minute race all day long, so when the race is over, another one starts. I don't make any changes like that. Jordan, I'm not sure. I have to check the latest production version, which I should be on, which I'm not on. Oh, you're kidding? Okay, I didn't know. Oh, okay. In that case, I mean, you can control it. When you say start trading immediately, it's not a matter of, but I would want to see what's moving at the beginning so I get a great list. You don't have to start trading right then, but you can control when it starts. Okay, you can control when it starts. That says 9:30. If you didn't want your racing to start until 10, you could do that. Okay. But my idea though is, I'd like to see it start because I want to see this list. I want to see the stocks that were moving early in the day. Doesn't mean I have to trade them early in the day, but anyway, I mean, that's up to you, of course. Well, you should be able to see it total P&L, Cody. Hundreds of orders. Oh my gosh. You're talking about in the simulator. You should be able to see today's P&L and total P&L. And this slider up here should be the aggregate, on a daily basis. But who will really know if I'm wrong is Chris, who will be there in 20 minutes. He uses this a lot more than I do. But I mean, I see the total P&L. And then, but this up here, that little slider up here should be the aggregate for the day. Okay, that slider up there. Meanwhile, LMFA guys, remember what I was saying, all of a sudden out of nowhere, look what happened. Look at the volume that came in. But Chris, if you stick around for Chris uses this a lot more. He may have I mean, this is just a matter of columns. Today's P&L, but that slider should show you the aggregate for the day. So I did see that Maxim Group started or maintaining coverage with a buy target, with a buy and a target of $3 for this. I don't know when they. So this was an earnings play. Did nothing, 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 nothing. Then I'm looking at 1338. Well, that news with Maxim came right here, so that was delayed reaction. If that's the reason that it's going up, this is the headline that I'm seeing. This is at 138. Okay, maybe it hit earlier somewhere else. I don't know. Well, yeah, that's supposed to be the aggregate. I mean, yeah, late earnings push is right. I mean, they did release earnings, but it might have more to do with that Maxim. I don't know, because that doesn't make sense out of nowhere. Did nothing all day long, and now all of a sudden. You have to do a request, Cody. I don't think I don't think you're able to do it on your own. So if you want to well, you can get rid of every trade. Just get out of every trade. Then you're starting with a new $100,000. It'll be for tomorrow, but is that what you mean? We give you $100,000 in the simulator just so that people understand what I'm talking to somebody in the YouTube room. But if I get rid of every trade, I could click on all and boom, flatten, get out. So you could do that. Probably no reason to have hundreds of trades. All right, so yeah, just so get out of every trade. Just click that all button, okay, and flatten, and then get out of every trade. Somebody looking for my layout? Okay, here it is. The layout that I'm displaying. You want to give it to him, Steve, or right there, or should I do it in another way? Okay. In support, okay. I mean, okay, flatten gets you flatten gets you out of your positions, you pick which ones you want to get out of course. Half gets you out of half, doubles your position. Forget about reverse, really. I mean, that is if you're really, really, you want to take a long trade and you want to turn it into a short trade. So get out of the position or reverse. I wouldn't do that. I wish I would get rid of that, but especially if you're a new trader. Limit out. So what that'll do is, okay, you can get out of every trade. How far away are you willing to get out of the trade? Because, the stock can be moving fairly quickly. So if you limit out, Are you willing to get out, 5 cents, 10 cents if a stock is moving really quickly? Because sometimes you want to limit out, but you can't get out right at that price. How far are you willing to take it outside of the price? And then, of course, all what I just did. Long, I don't even know. Well, I guess those are it'll just highlight your long trades and your short trades. That's it. Disregard. Yeah. I mean, yeah, our simulator, I should emphasize this. Our simulator uses our real-time data. Okay. So it's not 15-minute delayed or anything like that. It uses our 15-minute delay data. Sorry. Now I'm getting tired, guys. I'm blabbering here. Our simulator uses our real-time data. It doesn't matter who your broker is. You don't even need a broker. Okay? Because it's using our real-time data. Probably the guide. Yeah, probably the guide covers everything. When in doubt, anybody, and you're asking, some of these questions, I mean, you know, I don't know everything, okay? But the guide probably covers most questions you've got. You can do a search. So for instance, the question was in our other room. Where is it? So click on the guide. Oops. There's the guide right here, education. So for instance, and then the user guide. So chart trading, one-click trading, the trading simulator right here, so I'm sure it was all here. Channel, it's all here somewhere. And you can do a search. Hurry up, Chris. Yes, you can use the car racing for pre-market. Yeah, so you could take my question is, can you use the car racing pre-market? It works pre-market, it works post-market. So for instance, this one right here, if you just leave it running, it'll work in the post-market after hours, okay? You just leave it running, it'll keep working after hours. And for instance, but one of the scans I'm sharing, scans. So my pre-market actives up and down. You could take these and you could launch, if you only want to see the ones up, you could launch a race based on this. So if I click on that, oops, give me a moment. Okay, let me try that again. So pre-market actives up, copy it, Control C, copied it, file load from cloud. There's the string right there in the box, load it. So here's my pre-market actives up, okay? I could launch a race, launch a real-time stock race. So, whatever time you get up, you can launch the race and immediately start it. Just immediately start it. You might want to change this time, but just start it. And so, yes, the answer is yes. In fact, I don't do that because I'm doing too many other things that I cannot concentrate on, just watching something like that. But let me see if I even created one. Pre-market actives up. Okay, so here's a race I created. So you can have it if you want. Now I have to find the room. There you are. All right. Well, there it is. I mean, to set it up, it's just a matter of starting, like running it. There's nothing really, you don't have to, you just have to make sure that you don't, for instance, don't tell it you want to start at 9:30, for instance. Tell it you want to start at 4 in the morning, and then when you open it, just click the right arrow and it'll start to run. Like just click. You would just click that arrow immediately and it'll start to run. Okay. This trade I had would have been the BWV, not early, but right around this area here, and it popped up about $1.70. Didn't get all the $1.70. Had a couple other trades, it's in LX early. Didn't do too much. Whew, where is I'm fading, guys. Okay, so I'm just waiting for Chris to show up. So before I leave, before I shut down the main room, I'll put the YouTube link in. Okay. Now, also, I mean, if you load that, it'll start working right now. It's not designed specifically for the pre-market. It's just that if you open it before the market, before 9:30, you can start running it. So that, in theory, that's the pre-market. Okay. So you could load it and it'll start working right now, but then you can just stop at when the market opens. That's all. You could just save it. Minute. Okay, guys, just give me a moment. Just getting my script together. Just waiting to hear that little ping. That lets me know that Chris is in the YouTube room. Just like that.
Just like that.
Oh my goodness, Chris, I'm completely wiped. So thanks.
You got it. I made the screen swap already. Go get out of here.
Okay, thanks a lot.
I'll talk to
Bye-bye.
you later, Barry. Bye-bye. All right, everybody. Happy Wednesday. Let's see. What do we got going on? What do we got going on? We've got a wacky market day. We gapped down. We continued down after the gap down for the most part, and then we made a move up, and then we got a big pop in the SPY, and that's gave it back up completely. Again, this is what I'm talking about here. While we get settled, we get rolling. Also, if anybody has questions, start firing those away from me. As I always mention, open forum here. So no question too big or small. I don't have any pre-done content, but I will just talk markets, charts, and scanning at random without questions. So here's our gap down on a 15-minute chart. We closed here yesterday. We opened here today. Excuse me, opened here today, right? Closed here yesterday, opened here today. We moved up for about half an hour, gave it up, sideways, gave it up, mostly just gave up. And then we started to drift higher for a while, buyers and sellers fighting it out all through here. And a huge pop with some volume there, guessing some kind of news. I don't really care what it was. And then we just gave it up right afterwards. And we're banging right back down on this area again. As I mentioned before, I think we're going to come back and test this area here. If we test and hold this area, I think we start a new bull market. If we don't, I think we continue our bear market. I think it's very straight and simple forward. I also think I could absolutely be wrong. There's no doubt I could be wrong about any of it. We could just simply go sideways and grind down here and then come back up here and then grind down here. And we can do that for months and months on end too. So there you have it, sports fans, as I always do like to say. So again, Mike C, what is happening? I don't know about golden voice, but all right, I'll take it. Why not? Other than that, I had just 2 trades today. I had this BWV, and of course I did not get the big move in it. Unfortunately, you can't see my trades on the screen like I sometimes can show you. But I grabbed it pretty early today. I grabbed it on a 4:30 break or so, somewhere in here. And I almost sold some right away. And then I held for a long time all through here. And when we got this big move up here, I sold some more, and then I sold some more. Nope, I sold some here, and then I sold some more here, and then it ran away. So I didn't get all that big move, but, I got this piece of the move in here. So got to be happy with that. And then I also took a trade in JCSE and grab some of that here. You can see that order, but you can't. I don't know why my other orders aren't there. I think it's because I keep disconnecting and reconnecting with Brokerage Plus. Also, I do more of my trading through Thinkorswim now, so you obviously can't see any of that. But I grabbed a good portion here, sold some here actually, and I sold a little more here. And then I sold the rest actually just below break even when it started to give it up here. So anyways, that's what I grabbed on it. Took the last little bit I took a small loss on. That's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. But in hindsight, glad I got rid of it here. I was actually going to hold for low of the day as my original stop. And I put it just below my entry level, just below $3. And looks like that was a smart idea, as it doesn't look like it's really going to recover for the rest of the day here. So that's the short and skinny of what I did for trading today. Bluebird, you say, huh? Is that BLUE? Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah. So that happened. How is that not on my scan? Perhaps it just wasn't a winner. Yeah, all right, so it came in second place there. Second place there, second place there, or third place there, second place there, second place there. All right, so it just couldn't win the race. So, and I wasn't watching the scans for a long time. Once I made my trades, I was kind of done. So there is that. Righty. So yeah, I'd keep Bluebird on my radar for now. Obviously, there's a lot of action in it. Let the dust settle and see if there can't be a trade had in that, right? Now we're going back on the replay mode to review JCSE and BWV. Yeah, I mean they were coming through a lot on the Bollinger Scan here. I mean 29 wins, 11 wins. All day long, all day strong, as I like to say. PETZ, very nice as well. Ear, not as nice. This had that look to me like it wasn't going to do anything more. It had that big move at the end of the day, then a move up here, and it just could not get through this level here for whatever reason. But I mean, holy cow, liquid. By the time the day's done, it's going to be almost 170 million shares traded on the day, doing 43 times what it's normally doing for volume. So I would say that's probably going to be active again tomorrow and see if it can't get a little more blast off. But as I always say, you know, whether it's active or not active is going to be irrelevant to me because the races are going to point me to what's active. So if it's not active, I'm not looking at it. There's no point in me looking at it. And if it is active, it's going to be front and center right in my face. And that's what I truly love about these races. Bring over my price alerts window for the day. I was pretty active on setting my price alerts early on the day here, but you can see there's a lot of head fakes, and I think we got to recognize something. We had a couple of weeks where there were some massive moves in stocks. You know, we're talking about multiple days with multiple stocks doing 3, 4, 5, 600% in a day. That's not an everyday event. Let's say it can happen a few times a year. And we saw about almost 2 weeks of that going on. So now everybody's looking for that move, but nobody wants to be the bag holder on it, right? Nobody wants to be, the person that bought HKD, all the way at the top or, wherever and bag holding it now essentially. So people are, I think, a lot quicker to start exiting some of these moves. And that's what you're seeing here with, where the heck is it? BWV, for example, right? Got a really low float in the stock, right? 4 million in it, right? You got a huge move that it could make, right? I mean, look at what it's done in the past, right? We know it's got the capabilities of trading all the way up there, but nobody wants to be the last one on the merry-go-round. And so you see this big fighting going on now, people probably taking really sizable positions and then selling out after, 10, 15 cent moves and taking that home on some big size positions. This is just my guess. I don't have any inside information on it, but just putting myself in the shoes of traders in general, that's the look that I think we're seeing now. And so people are exiting, they're entering, in the pre-markets, I would guess, and selling, all the way through on these moves up here. So not letting us see those 500% moves. All the same, I mean, this thing is up 169% on the day as of now, from yesterday's close. Not like it made a small move by any stretch of any imagination. It's just not the moves that we saw the prior weeks. That's all there is to it. So, seeing a lot of these stocks here, I want to click through a few of these, price alerts that I set, 7 million in BQ. Couldn't really get anything done though. Only 900 mil shares traded in it, even though it's 9 times what it's normally doing. So look, this is normally trading about 100,000 shares on the day, right? And so it's doing 9 times what it's normally doing. GENI, same idea here. Now this isn't as small of a float, 100 million in the float, but come right up into resistance right here. Can't get through it after this nice run. Earnings are behind it by a day now. So I would say for those that want to keep watch lists of stocks moving forward, GENI might be something you want to keep your eye on moving forward. Do you want to keep your eye on it because it might go up? You want to keep your eye on it because it might go down? I don't know. But, 1.5 mil shares traded, nice and liquid. Earnings are behind it, and it's had this big move. We've seen stocks continue to have big moves afterwards. We see them fall rapidly after big moves. So you could have an opportunity from both sides. What that opportunity will be, only time will tell. INKT, another one here, 4 million in the float, makes this massive move here. And just couldn't really do it, gave it back up for the rest of the day. Looking back here, we can see there's a lot of resistance all through this level here. But again, doing 9.5 times what it's normally doing for volume, 1.7 mil shares traded today. So really liquid stock. We saw it had a volume pop a few weeks ago or a week plus ago. We saw another big volume last week. And, here we go again today, an uptick in volume again. So we make of that what we will. And again, for those that want watch lists, this might be something to keep your eye on. Again, I'm not keeping watch lists for stocks like this because I'm not going to swing trade something like this. And if it's active tomorrow, it's going to be on my scans anyway. So no reason for me to jam my brain up and my screens up with unnecessary data. At least for me, it's unnecessary data. To each their own. Everybody's different here. Another one, 52 mil in the float, traded almost 5 mil shares. So very liquid, 20 and a quarter or 3/4 more what it's normally doing. But again, can't get through this level here, right? Rejected, hard fall afterwards. And the sellers really came in and got it in here. So there you go, VLN, you say VLN. There we go, nice little move there. Let me pull that out of the way. We've got heavy volume back here. 5-minute volume still looking pretty active. 1-minute volume, almost 3 times what it's normally doing. Got earnings behind it. It's been trying to make an uptrend. Semiconductor play. So, well, let's see what happens here. Let's continue to pile through. And if anybody has questions on the software, please, fire those questions away for me here. It's not this. I don't intend this hour for me to be just talking about charts and stocks and things like that. That's what people want to listen to. That's fine. I'll do what I can to keep it entertaining and moving in that regard. But I am here to really help people get the most out of the software. They have questions about scanning, whether it's the races, an alert window, compare count windows, top lists. If you have brokerage plus questions, market explorer questions, the list goes on and on. Single stock window questions, multi-window questions. So please make sure if you have those questions, you're asking them. I don't want anybody sitting, silent and in the dark and trying to get use out of some function of the software, having a question holding back on me here. We'll continue forward with a few of these alerts. Again, 50 mil AX, DX, we could see we've got declining volume. It's been active recently. We also see going back a few months now. It's hard to believe that June is so far behind us already. We had a lot of volume that came in through there. And so if I was a betting man, I would say that some pretty big players came in here and acquired some sizable positions in here for whatever reason. And we're seeing that continue to play out in price action. Again, I have no way to really know if that's what happened, but I think that's a reasonable assumption. And so again, just kind of throwing stuff out for watch list people. Big area of interest through here, I would say. Let's continue to move forward here. V has popped on some races. You can see the action that it's had recently. Kind of giving it up here at the end of the day, but someone could say that about it a few days ago too, or even on that big gap up day. So I suspect this will remain active the next few days, but one never knows. 1.3 mil, so fairly liquid, still doing 4 times what it's normally doing, but we could see beyond these days of volume here, nothing. Absolutely nothing. So could have its ripcord pulled like anything else. So again, y'all giving me the silent treatment. I am guessing that means nobody currently has a question here. All right. Man U still rocking here. So I had that a price alert for that, but just wasn't crazy about the way it pulled back like that. Although gaps love to be filled, as I always mention. We filled the gap. pretty good move off that gap fill. And I'm going to be honest, I was not paying enough attention to that fact that it had filled the gap here. I was involved in those 2 other trades and doing what I do here with support. So that kind of snuck past me. And had I seen that, I might have been more inclined to have taken a shot at it. But obviously very active for whatever reason. 6.5 mil shares trade, so really liquid right now. 20 on that relative volume. I suspect it stays that way, and we see it's been active in the past. So obviously, I don't know, maybe that big ticket sales or something like that. So, so for you Manchester United fans, and a boost in your stock price today, right? What's the ideal runtime for a race? So, Sam A, I don't have an ideal runtime for a race that's universal, but I have the ideal runtime for me. So, as you can see, I've got a 15-minute chart up here, right? So, I run 3-minute races, and they start right at 9:30. I have them set to auto start, and so that means there's 5 races per 15-minute candle, and that's why I do that. Now, truth be told, is when I first started using the races, I picked 3 minutes arbitrarily. I didn't want a 10-minute race for whatever reason. I said I want to see the winners pile up. Essentially, is what I want to see. And so Dan and I think Brad were big on the 10-minute races when they first started showcasing this to us internally here. But I just, for whatever reason, I didn't go for that, and I felt 1 minute's really short. So I said, let's try 3, and 3's just started working right away. Eventually, my logic moved into, well, I use 15-minute candles, and 3 minutes line up very nice with 15-minute candles as a multiple of 15. And so that's what led me to that, Sam. So I would say that maybe look at your trading style, look at the charts that you like to use, and maybe give some kind of shot at a multiple, whether, you want a 15-minute race for each race equals 1 15-minute candle, under the assumption you use 15-minute charts, or if you like 5-minute charts, go that way. Obviously, some races, we don't have half numbers on the race, so you can't do like 2.5 minutes if you're looking at 5-minute charts. But maybe you go 2 minutes or 3 minutes or 5 minute and have each race a full 5-minute candle in that regard. So that's the direction that I would send you, and the kind of logic and steps behind what I've done here with those races. So BWV, bang, what a move again. Holy mackerel. Steve took a nice day trade in this right around, I want to say 440 or 450. Steve grabbed a bunch of it. I know he's been selling some all the way up through. I don't know if he's holding any or not, but he was excited in our trader channel here in Slack, and Steve's not a day trader anymore. He hasn't been for a very, very long time. Steve likes to make his bread and butter swing trading, but it's hard with these races now to deny the great moves that we can find with day trades here. And not that it's easy, because trading is never easy. When you've already got a good trading system, you already have a great feel for the market, you've day traded in the past, and all of a sudden you've got this visualization tool that kind of takes looking at these charts and these scans to the next level. It's hard to pass up on these day trades for even someone like Steve, who just doesn't day trade like he used to. And, Steve was a great day trader. He found a lot more benefit in the swing trading. And he's one of those people that had convinced me to move to swing trading several years ago. And, I really made a big difference in my trading overall by moving to swing trading and kind of following a lot of what Steve does, using these SMAs the way he does. I mean, Steve is probably one of the top contributors in the success that I have had in trading. And he nailed this one today on BWV. So always like to see that for the guys here. So hopefully, Sam, that made sense to you, what I was talking about for the ideal race run. Let me know if not, or if you want more in depth, or you have more questions about that, of course. Do I use a particular channel during the afternoon or morning? I use the same layout every single day, essentially. I don't change it based on anything. Let me get rid of that window there. But essentially, I did a condensed version of my layout that I share with everybody here. I'm going to share that again with everybody. And there's a video I did on this specific layout here. Share, copy. Sorry, just took a second to find it. A lot of links building up in my cloud again. So there's essentially, that's the layout that I'm using. It's just a condensed version of the layout that I'm using, and it doesn't have my compare count windows in it. It doesn't have the spy chart in it or this single stock window, but essentially I took a couple of charts, the Bollinger scan here, and my price alerts window, and put them all in one docked window in there. And then here's a video going over exactly what I'm doing in that. Wow, BWV, you're a monster today. You're a monster. Let me find that video based on that. Copy and paste. There we go. So that's more or less what I'm really doing there. Do I pay attention to smart stop in the single stock window? No, I don't look at the smart stop ever. Never, ever, ever I look at the smart stop. I don't even have it in my single stock window. This is all I have in my single stock window here. Everything that you see there, no smart stops. And I don't put the smart stops on my charts. I don't like very much on my charts. As you can see, I have 2 moving averages. There's a price alert. And you see no moving averages whatsoever on my daily chart. There's only a position low of 20 days, or period low of 20 days, excuse me, on my daily chart. That's it. I don't like indicators. Let me rephrase that. I don't like looking at a lot of indicators on my charts. As a Chelsea fan, I can't bring myself to buy it. I'm not going to lie. I don't blame you, Aj. I don't blame you. I have no fighter in that ring as far as soccer goes. So, I used to be a huge soccer fan, and like most sports, when cheating scandals started to sink into it and some of the nonsense that FIFA pulls and the bribes and buying off, I really just lost my taste for all professional sports, but that has nothing to do with trading. So back to trading. Where is the link? Thanks. You should see, Ron, the link in the chat. I'll drop them again. You should see it in the YouTube chat. I'm guessing you're in YouTube. So there's the YouTube video I did. And then let me get that racing set up again for you. So there it is. You should see it. You should see it, Ron, in the chat of YouTube. Okay, you got it. Perfect. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Michael Anthony. Chris, which one were you just talking about for? INKT? Yeah, INKT came on. It was on my races early this morning. I mean, it's since obviously gave it up. So, who knows what it's going to do. But, when you look at it, it's an interesting daily chart in this regard. It's not like it's some like falling knife that's just been trending down for months and months and months. It IPO'd here, or name change or something, and spiked up and pull back and a spike up, and it just gave it up, and it's been flopping down in this area for a long time. So there's not a whole lot to it in the sense it's not like it had its uptrend and then it sold off and it pulled up and it sold off and it pulled up and it sold off, like we see so many times with a lot of charts lately. This just, it's been down here for the year, essentially, since last year, as a matter of fact. So it's got this really hefty bottom right here. So it sets up a nice risk reward. And I think it's one of those things that if you could get a day or two to close above 350, I mean, this thing could skyrocket. Will it? I have no idea. But here's the other thing too. This thing could never give you the opportunity to get into it as it skyrockets. There's 4 million shares in that float. And we know what can happen with those low float stocks, right? But, you're at $3 right now on this stock. So, it's only $3 to zero, right? I've had stops larger than $3 on positions before. So make of that what you will, but that's kind of my short and skinny on this here. Now, for me, I have zero interest in swing trading it whatsoever. If it's active again tomorrow and it's moving up, it's going to show up on my scans and I'll day trade it if it presents what I consider a good opportunity. And if it doesn't, I may never see the stock again. My feelings will not be hurt. But that's more or less, what I could elaborate on INKT. All right, got it. Awesome, Ron, perfect. And then just for context of that layout that I just sent, I really recommend taking a look at that video. It's a short video. I tried to keep it as short as possible. I think it's about 5 minutes long. And you don't have to use that whole layout. I just wanted to give an example of how I'm essentially using the races and price alerts combined together for making my trades and using it as an all-day watch list, essentially. And if you have other questions on it, Ron, or anybody else has any other questions on that set of scans or anything like that, let me know. And you could always isolate the scans out of that as well. You could take just the racing scan out of it. You could take just the charts out of it. You could take the charts and the racing scan out of it. Whatever that you want, you could take any of those things out of that layout and just use those exclusively. What do I think of TBLT? I think I won a bunch of races. Aside from that, I don't know. What do I think of it? This is one of those downtrends that I talk about, right? Downtrend, pulls up, right? Downtrend, pulls up, downtrend, pulls up, downtrend, pulls up, downtrend, goes sideways, sells off, goes sideways, sells off, continues to just sell off and get punished. So I think you had a majorly falling knife right there. I suspect support is at 0. And as far as I'm concerned, it's a day trading vehicle. I don't see a technical reason to enter this as a swing trade whatsoever. You've got massive resistance at $10. You've had declining volume and declining price off a $10 reject multiple times now, right? So I think you're tied to, there must be some kind of news that keeps happening with it here. I think you're tied to that. I think you have a 2 million float. So you're going to have a lot of unscrupulous individuals in their trading rooms pumping the stock up and then pulling the ripcord on people. So for me, day trading vehicle that I want to be very careful with. That's my 2 cents there. Anyone happens to be in blue might want to consider getting out. They are low on cash, offering probably drops. Yeah, very high risk with that. I didn't think of that. They're a perfect circle. That's not something I ever look at. UE. But let's see, cash, 134 million. Yep. Their current debt is 292 million. Their revenues were minus 13 million. So that is not a healthy company. That is a very, 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 did I say very? Because I mean very unhealthy company. That is a very unhealthy company. Look at that chart. You want to talk, and I don't do fundamentals, right? But you want to talk about the perfect storm to go to 0 right now. Look at where that was. Look at where it is. Current debt, 200 million. Current cash, 134 million. I'm sorry, let's call it 300 million. In revenue, minus 13 million. That is not good. That is like, wow, not good. They're paying their landscaper too much dough. What do you know? That's a terrible idea. I think paying landscapers too much money is a shame. Get out there with your own lawnmower, I say. Anywho, with all that said, all right. Peter. Not touching it, Mike C says, yeah, I'm good on the blue. I mean, listen, if it shows up on my scanner and it's breaking some resistance or whatever tomorrow and it looks good as a day trade, sure, I'll day trade it. I have zero interest. First off, so I'm clear about something. I don't really have much interest in swing trading right now, to be honest. I'm still looking at some charts in the evenings and putting some ideas out on Twitter that I think could be either swing long or swing short. I do not indicate whether I think it's swing long or swing short. I just put them out on Twitter, and people can make of whatever they want about those charts from there. But I have zero interest in swing trading right now. The market's still choppy. It's still figuring itself out. And I'm really not in the mood right now with how well the races are working in day trading to wake up and be down 3% in a position any day right now. So if we get back over 430 on the SPY and we kind of really hold that, then I'll think about putting some longer term capital to work. But I want to see more downtrends broken and holding an uptrend or at least sideways for a good period of time. So I have no personal interest in swing trading currently right now. None, zero, zip, zilch. Pete says, what do I think of BWV for a swing trade? So sorry, Pete, I didn't see that before you actually asked. But what do I think of it for a swing trade? I think it's a lottery ticket. I think we could wake up tomorrow and that thing could be at $20 very easily. It could be right about where it is very easily. And it could be back here at $4 very easily. You've got a pharmaceutical company. Pharmaceuticals, when they have a big jump in price after something like this has happened and they're down here, they could very well make an offering tomorrow. And that could dilute the stock price greatly, greatly, greatly. I have no idea what the news is that's making them jump. I don't care what the news is that's making them jump. It could not possibly be more irrelevant to me. So I think this here, Pete, I would say for anybody, if you've got a chunk of it and you got it at a good price and then you sold a good portion of it and you wanted to take some of it home as a lottery ticket, I'm not saying do that. I'm just saying I couldn't possibly blame you if you did do that. That's all. But make sure that whatever chunk you're taking home, you can't get royally punished if the stock gaps down, right? My theory is I would rather miss out on the upside in general than participate on the downside, right? So, and I hate nothing more in trading. There is nothing I hate more in trading or my own personal trading. There's nothing I hate in my own personal trading when I let a winner turn into a loser. It is, and I do it. And it's the number one thing that held me back from being a profitable trader for very long. And it's probably still one of my number one things that causes me issues. So with that said, there's great reasons to take it home and there's great reasons to not take it home. The great reason to take it home is look at this gap to fill, right? I mean, come on. How could you not look at that, right? The price actions in there, massive volume. Everybody in the stock trade, the day trading world is looking at it, right? So much liquidity. You know it's going to be liquid tomorrow. You know it's going to have high relative volume tomorrow. All these great reasons to possibly want to take it home for a swing. Here are the reasons not to. Pharmaceutical. We know what those can do. They can completely have the ripcord pulled on them. We also know they love to make offerings. We also know that this thing has spent a lot of time down here on a couple of times when it has seen some good price action. It's led to a sell-off pretty quickly afterwards. So I can make the case for either. You will have to dictate from there on what you think, though. The bell. Yes, Mike C., the bell. Nice, perfect circle. Yeah, I just less is more on all these races. I like I said, I don't even look at these. I literally have not looked at those at all today. They're just there so to take up some space so I have something to showcase when I'm sharing my screen. But this, and this are all the same races. The only difference is this has a $100 price cap on it, and these ones have like $30 price caps on it, essentially. That's it. Everything else is the same here. So yes, less is more. Less is 100% more. You got a message coming into me. Just excuse me one moment. All right, thanks for your patience, folks. I just had to. We do support calls to try to make our support a little more efficient over the last couple of months, trying to do it a little more often than we used to. So I just listening in on that in case I have something to chime in. So, yeah, of course, Pete. I'm happy to throw that out there. I want people to go in with. I think it's best when you can look at both sides of why something could work and why something could not work, and then make decisions on logic based on that. With a lot of, if this happens, then that happens, then this happens, then this happens type of scenario. So, Ethan, hi, Chris. We trade options because of leverage advantages. Obviously, this comes with higher risk and good returns. If you could talk about how to optimize money management leverage when trading stocks. So I think for me, now I don't know how options really work, to be honest with you. I know the basics of it from my CMT courses. But as far as actual buying and selling of those contracts and things like that. But what I would say is what I have done a lot is, as I take on larger share sizes as I go forward, my account builds, I can handle more risk in it. What I do is I'm more apt to sell some of that right away on a pop and then start to bump my stock up. And so that's, that would be kind of my comment there, Ethan. Now, I don't know if that's something you can do with options or not. And you could sell, let's say you buy, 100 contracts, and then you can sell 50 of them and hold the other 50 and let it ride. But I would apply, that's the concept I would apply with my stock trading and the leveraging of it, essentially. And then, of course, the other thing too is you can always set your scans up to make sure that any stocks that come through them have some kind of options action in them by, implementing either an options filter or sorting on options itself with a top list. So that's kind of where I would that's where I would go with that. Let me know if that makes sense, Ethan, or if maybe I'm not understanding what you were looking for, or if I started to touch on something, but you want me to go more in depth on something as well. All right. So no, Ron, the layout that I shared before is a condensed version of what I have here. I can share this layout. The only thing is there's a custom filter in here that I've used for this one scan here that won't translate if I share it. But I can share all the other individual scans and things like that if you want. So just let me know, Ron. But essentially what I'm really using in this layout, I shared in that one layout. So like I said, I just condensed it because I have these windows over here and I have, all this stuff here. So what I omitted from it was just the extra Bollinger windows, the SPY, and that stuff there. So essentially I took, 2 charts, price alerts, and one of the Bollinger scans, but they're all the same scan at the end of the day. Yeah, I could do that for you. So I'm going to share my whole layout. I'm going to share it, though, as a window.
SRAD.
All right, there you go. That's going out to you now. Anybody that wants that. The issue is this scan here isn't going to work properly. I'm trying to think of a workaround so I can share it better, actually. Give me 1 second. I'm going to share something better. 1 second of my layout. If I can jump in 1 second, just because this was the one part that I heard, and I think what Marissa's saying is good. And I really think, because you have us as traders banging on the software nonstop, staying up to date on all these things like that. And obviously, Scott isn't doing that. That's not, what Scott does. So I think it's hard for him to stay in touch with some of this stuff. Plus, with everybody making videos and things like that, there's a lot of new content coming out. And so I think, if us with support and marketing can sit down, go through all the communications that are going out and really say, nope, we want to get rid of this. Let's add this. Let's change this wording to that. I think that would make for a much more effective. The second thing is, and I cannot stress this enough, we have to come up with some way that regular users are not getting marketing emails anymore. I know it's probably a hard thing to separate out, and that's why it wasn't done right away. But I can't tell you, first off, how many times a day in a week someone's like, stop spamming me. I don't care. And then next thing you know, they'll say, well, why don't I have the Market Explorer? Well, we sent out an email about it. Oh, well, I took you off my list. So they never know about these updates. So there's got to be that fine line between marketing and our users, and not annoying them. And I understand without marketing, we don't have users, but there has to be something we could do in between that. I'm going back to mute though, because I don't want to ignore the live stream. All right, so you guys just got a little clip of some of our marketing meeting there, or our support meeting. So I want you guys, I wanted you to hear that because I want you to know that I'm campaigning for you guys to not get 50 emails a day. So just so you know what goes on inside here, you got to recognize these things as our as our support team and our marketing team and things like that. So anywho, with all that said, all right, so market's closed, and I don't know, I don't know what to say with this market. Sorry, I'm just a little miffed. So I won't say miffed, but I want to bring this SPY up. Reject that line. I think that's going to be the line right there. I think a pull back to there and then move up or move down is really going to be clear for what direction we head on this market right now. But it's one of those things. Nobody wants to be long. Nobody wants to be short right now. And we can still see that we don't have a ton of volume coming in the market. So we got, the end of the summer coming, and we'll have, a lot of the big funds that have, kind of quiet during most of the summer. They'll start to roll back in September and October. And, we'll see more as it unfolds. But there's a lot to unpack right now with what's gone on here in the last several months. That's for sure. So with options trading, the average goal is around 50%. Okay, and that's 50 on the SL. While with stocks, I guess what most traders focus on is price action rather than percent-based exits. That is what I'm more wondering about. Trying to think here. With sorry, I'm kind of racking my brain on that one there, Ethan. I think that kind of comes to just the trading system in general, Ethan. So I don't have a specific set of rules for myself on X% up I exit on. I kind of exit based on I kind of exit based on, support and resistance, whether looking left on a daily chart or not. Totally broke layout when I loaded it, which is probably because you have too many scans up at once, Ron. And there is a limit to how much can be loaded. There's a few reasons for the limit, but the issue is that my custom 1 minute filter in this scan won't transfer over to you. But you know what? I'm going to do this right now. I'm going to change something here on this whole thing, and I'm going to save it for everybody. I'm going to share my whole layout again. So 1 second, folks, and then I can share this whole layout with no and then I can share this whole thing this way. All right, I'm going to reshare that whole layout there like that. Delete. Oops. Got to close a window to open a window, right, Chris? Now, what I want everybody to notice here, I think this is really important. All right, notice how I'm not saving it as an entire layout. I'm going through and checking all the docked boxes, those pink Ds, and then all the other individual windows. All right. And then it doesn't open as a layout. It opens as just all those windows. So if you load this into whatever you're doing, it's just going to load right over it. All right. I'm trying, Mike C. I'm trying. All right, there you go. That's going to be a layout you folks can actually use right there. There's no customs involved in that now at all. So we'll all be looking at the same thing now. I'm still trying to think. So Ethan, I think, I don't have a whole lot to touch on as far as like, those percents for myself personally. As far as the software goes, you could always use the support and support and resistance. You might want to look at that support and resistance and these filters here as far as maybe kind of guiding on some of that distance from pivot R1, R2, S1, S2, and distance from pivot itself as a way of helping manage trades. So you could add these as columns actually in a scan and you could see it there. So let me illustrate this a little better. Let me see if I can do that on a top list. So yeah, you could add these, watch, and show column. And there, you could use something like that, or any of you could use that. So that's, you know, something you could use for your distance, as how far you are off of that, right? So just kind of trying to, you know, trying to get you there, Ethan, on what you're asking as best that I can. Yeah, Michael Anthony. No, I touched on it before. I don't know if you missed it. I think TBLT looks terrible. I think it's a terrible looking stock. Awful. I you know, it's a day trading vehicle. And then FED, you're asking? FED. Oh, what did I get from the Fed minutes today? I don't watch the Fed minutes. Sorry, Michael Anthony. I had no idea there was Fed minutes today. So that's why the market made a pop, I guess, right? So I'm guessing that was Fed minutes here, right? This is Fed minutes, I'm guessing. Must be Fed. Yeah, 2 o'clock. So no idea. I don't listen to those jokers. Yeah, definitely not having me for 2 more hours, but you know. So yeah, no Fed talk for me. Cisco jumping around here. So, all right, so I'm just listening on the support meeting here. If anybody has any other questions, start firing those away for me here. I'm running out of steam on you, you know. XOP looking good again for the day. No, okay. Same junk here, getting rejected at this level again. XLE looks even worse still. What do we got? They beat top and bottom. Very good. So serious volume coming in there. I'm guessing they must have had some kind of news. 4 million. But not a great looking chart. Also, with such a small float, you know, had some big moves, but eh. Alrighty. Car races, post-market, possible watch list for tomorrow. Yeah. Absolutely. Egan. Woo. Big move, no volume. All right, I don't know what else is going on. Let's pull up last couple minutes here. Let's look at some earnings. There's our Cisco. Lowe's. That was in the pre-market. Target. Snips. There's some interesting stuff here, but we're into the lower market cap stuff. Look at that. Going to have to resolve itself here. Still pretty liquid stock too. Wolf was up. No idea who they are. Semiconductor, big price stock. So we're coming to the end of earnings season here, but definitely some stuff interesting and worth watching. Not everything. I mean, Tact, 20,000 shares traded today. Not so much. TC, 5,000 shares, 5,700 shares traded today. Not very interesting. So, all right, everybody, I guess that's going to wrap it up for me as we go radio silent here. I appreciate everybody, the questions, the comments, all the interactions today. We had another good support session today. Hopefully we do that again tomorrow. Let's see, tomorrow's Thursday. That means you get Steve tomorrow at noon. I'll be back at 3:30, and of course, Barry all day tomorrow. Didn't Wolf make a loss? I don't know. I mean, it's up right now. Just had earnings, post-market earnings. So, up huge in the post-market. Yes, I don't know what else, not much else I could put there. I don't know what Wolf's actual earnings were. But yeah, I mean, whatever they were, the street liked it for whatever reason. Bring that up, properties post-market. So you see big volume there. Still got some volume coming in. 1 minute's looking decent. 5 minutes looking okay. And that's what I got there. So, all right, everybody, that will wrap it up for me. I thank you. Thank you, Stephanie. Where am I all day until 3:30? I am usually writing several hundred emails and chat responses all day. I really am I'm a support and education person here, getting people, on board, different videos, tutorials, back and forth emails. People have issues signing their exchange agreements, a lot of that stuff. So that's where I am all day, Michael Anthony. I am eyeballs deep in emails all day long, nonstop. So, all right. That'll do it for me today. I will catch you all back here at 3:30 tomorrow. Again, I appreciate everybody coming in. Have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your Wednesday, wherever you are. And we will catch you again at 3:30 tomorrow. Take care, folks. Bye-bye.